And now, the national anthem of Ghana.
Et maintenant, l'hymne national du Ghana.
Host nation Ghana. Well, so that tells you we are very ready for the big action between Ghana and Uganda in this particular big fixture. Well, to be fair, it's an unexpected reaction given the brand of football we've seen the host nation play, that the coach will be a bit taken aback owing to the fact that they were outrun yesterday by Tanzania. Saddam's goal making that clear difference to at least cause them to play the third place playoff. The referee is also in.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Okay, sure, God.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, we are asking ready for the third place playoff between Ghana and Uganda. A repeat of what we saw on match day 1 in Group A. And that's Uganda's starting lineup. Mukunga in between the two stakes, Hassan, Waswa, Wasike. Of course, we go Sasagunga, Kajumba, Kuchawa, Henry, Musaka, and of course other players also in the midst there. And that's the referee for you. Toure from Senegal will be the man at the center of affairs this afternoon. He'll be supported by the Gambia referee, Mohamed Sani. And it's Ghana's starting lineup. We have Fitz Ajano between the two stakes, Ankuma, Benson, Razak, Francis Fionyaji, John Ando, the man who scored twice against this Ugandan side, as well as very exciting players that you've got to keep your eyes on, especially in the fight out there up the pitch, Kasim, Aqua Hagan, and of course, entry or in the midst as well. My name is Victor Kwal in commentary position. Coach CK Akuno is always present.
Good afternoon, and today is going to be very interesting how Ghana will play. Yesterday, the Tanzania frustrated them and they couldn't play. Today,
Well, so there we go. It's Ghana versus Uganda. And in the first 20 minutes of this exciting encounter.
Well, if I were the coach of the Ugandans, I would probably strategize like the Tanzania play yesterday and then see how best.
Well, this is the first strike there and needs a bit of effort. That is great hit from the Ghanaian. And guess who is the man quickly making his tension known? It's Kasim with a lovely hit.
That's a very good sign. I mean, the approach was good. The ball was played wide and he didn't waste too much time. Made attempt at goal. Of course, the goalkeeper was so good to intercept it.
It's Ghana beginning to run riot at the moment. as they take on Uganda.
I think Ghana has sort of upped their game compared to yesterday, how they were playing. Hopefully something will come out of it. But again, Uganda need to be disciplined, and I think they're doing that.
Well, let's see what this Ugandan side can offer against the threat of the host nation. It's Uganda in the middle trying to create a bit of space. They'll come down to the left-hand side, but it's just too strong to be kept on the field. Fyonyaji picks it up, or decides to bring it back to his own channel. And that's Afajinu bring it out, but there's a bit of trouble here. But the whistle is already up to save Ghana. The Senegalese referee, at least giving Ghana a huge lifeline with that whistle.
It's always good to play. It's always good to start from the back. But if you allow the opponent to press on you at the wrong place, you will be in trouble. And I think Ugandans look a bit aggressive in that sense, and they look forward to press to win possession.
Well, in the first match between these two sides in Group A, it was Ghana. They are triumphed by 2-0, and it was the man in the 8th jersey, John Ando, with those two strikes to make the host nation at least smile on the first day of this CAF African Schools Football Championship. And he's certainly one of the players that is Ugandan coach will be watching.
What is important for the Ugandans to be well organized, like Tanzania did, if indeed they want to make it difficult for Ghana. Well structured position, positional play, and of course no space for Ghana.
Well, 2 minutes. It's a big hit up front. And Uganda will love to go long into Ghana's territory, but Mensah wins it. And the player stays on the turf. And the culprit is Kajumba, the man in the nice shirt for Uganda. Just too strong for the Ghanaian captain. And Kuma, what a player he's been in this tournament. In advantage, you stay with the Ghanaians deep in their own half. As Kajumba in your shot on the best of touch. Just a bit careless there on that occasion, nearly inviting a bit of trouble.
The Ghana team must be aware. I think the Ugandans are very aggressive and they like to press. And so it means that Ghana must also pass the ball quickly to move them from their positions.
Just 3 minutes into the game, and it's already becoming a lovely affair between these two teams. As Ghana will love to construct something from the far left-hand side, who drift it infield a bit. And it's the man in the 12th set who hack onto it. That's Rada Kasim.
One of the things that will favor the Ghana team is by moving the ball quickly. Not too much hanging on the ball. They need to pass the ball to move this Ugandan organization.
Well, so Uganda will now push men up front to see if they can trouble this Ghanaian goalkeeper. But it's just too heavy, and it's off by the bar line for a welcome goal kick. As Ghana will regroup from the back. That's Mensah. Will ball find his way back to Mensah again. There's Kasim. And the Ghanaians who have the advantage. What a campaign they've had so far en route to this particular stage. We'll be looking to at least get a hand on the bronze medal.
Definitely, I think I must commend the Ugandans. More tactical play, and they are very positioned. They position themselves very well. They are big, compact, and again, we can see when this happens, it becomes very, very difficult for the Ghana team.
Well, it's Ghana throwing in the final third of Uganda. That's a bit of solving there. Miscued at the end. Well, CK with a long drive, at least to show that advantage still with the Ghanaians. Well, he's got a lot to do, this man in your shot, Ankuma. The skipper of the side has got to find a way to motivate his side. After failing to the axe of Tanzania yesterday, 5 minutes and a few seconds already, and it's still even.
Indeed, it took Ghana by surprise, and they couldn't really get themselves together after that goal.
That's a bit of lovely play. Decides to drag it to the right-hand side. Fionyaji. And Ghana. That's a bit of problematic there for Kasim. And the referee, ever-present Toure, whistles in favor of the host nation. Just look at it. Lovely play from Kasim. Pushed a bit, but managed to stay on his feet. Ends up giving Ghana that needed advantage at the right-hand side as they try to push once again their talisman up front. We'll certainly be looking for entry. We'll leave it for the man at the far side. Aqua coming into the mix. A bit of miscue there, and finally is picked up by the Ugandan goalkeeper, Andren. And Andren needs to be very careful within the 2 sticks. We've got a heavy presence of Aqua Higa.
I'm sure, definitely, it looks like they've sort of adopted the Tanzanian style way of playing. And so Ghana is not really coming into the game. Yes, they are able to possess the ball from the back, but when it gets to the final third, there's always a problem.
Well, they've got a lot of exciting players on their bench. Maybe in time we could see Coach Kokodansu make a bit of change. But for now, it is Uganda's free kick. Just a few meters away from the edge of the 18-yard. And here's Aqua Hagan. I've scored twice already in this tournament.
Between Wasike and Mukasa, there's been a lot of organization at the back. They know that they need to up their game in terms of defensive, and they've done so well so far.
Well, here's Ghana, and Ghana is trying to defend their line, but it's already out. What a bit too late from Kasim to deal with that one. There's one of Fionyaji, the man in the 6th set. Took him a few seconds to keep the ball on the turf. Means that Uganda will benefit from that activity.
What really matters most is that when the Ghana team is coming, obviously the 2 center-backs are very smart in the way that one is with Hagan and one is more guy sort of protecting the back.
It's a lovely play from Uganda right on the edge of the Ghanaian defense. They managed to break away. Kasim drifting into the middle. It's not onto the central position. Looks to be move break, but there's a trouble looking at the other side nearly, but he managed to get his hand to it. And Fajanu picks it up. No trouble for Ghana. That's brilliant play, isn't it?
Adai has always been very effective in terms of play. He linked up very well with the attack, and it's been good.
There's Ghana at the far left-hand side, trying to cut in. And it's been brought down. It's Uganda's number 2 man, Hassan. So ends up causing the foul on that left-hand side, and Ghana will pounce on that opportunity to try and see if they can trouble Uganda a bit, especially Andren, who is in between the 2 sticks for them. This could be long. Brought across, but Aqua Hagan couldn't really get to set to it. As Uganda will quickly walk out of danger. Laced into the middle. I was looking for the big man up front. Kajumba couldn't pick him, but they will decide to hit it through the left-hand side. And here's the man in the 15 shed coming close for Uganda. Uganda breaking it. And then she would have to try and attack that one. Just too heavy. And we've seen exciting stuff already. 10-minute play. It's the same old story between Uganda and Ghana. And it's Fionyaji brings it back.
I mean, if you compare the first match between Ghana and Uganda, I can tell you Uganda has really improved tactically and the way they move forward. But of course, Ghana has the edge over them, and they must attack positively.
Well, so let's see, just look at it. Lovely cut back there from Kasim. That's Kasim, and he swept off his feet once again. Trying everything possible to use both flanks. And it's been a bit productive so far. Yes, Aquahagan decides to go long, but the game is skewed. We're looking for the run of Ankuma. I need to keep it on the field. Yes, Ankuma sat way between two Ugandan players. And there's no other person but the skipper.
What is important for the Ugandans, you can clearly see defensively, they've really improved. Of course, this is a situation where he's lost the ball and he had to foul, be smart about the situation. Yeah.
Well, it's now onto the left-hand side. Ghana will bring it back a bit. There's Razak. And there's a long hit up front. Well, in case you've just joined us watching what, it is the final day for the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Accra 2025. It is Uganda and Ghana scoring off for the third place playoff in the males category, as Ghana will come forward from the left-hand side. Big opportunity. They've got a lot of option. We're looking for entry, but they couldn't pick him. It's brushed away. Fionyaji, lovely position. Go past this man. And the Senegalese referee, Toure, pointing to that spot for Ghana's free kick.
It's always good for... Yeah, this is clearly a foul. But Ghana is trying to push them also to attack from the wider areas, which is good.
Oh, it's Ghana's free kick, and it's Ankuma behind it. Well, the player has been Cyrus Ankuma. As Ghana will quickly love to try and see if we can bent one into the far post. But Andre has got a solid hands to parry them away. Here's it. Here it comes, and yellow trouble. I told you, he's got a solid hand to stop that one from the fate of Ankuma.
That was a very good attempt. Obviously, the power behind it was a little bit slow. If there had been more power, I'm sure he would have gotten it.
Well, the singing, drumming, and dancing will continue in the stands as we watch this young lad entertain this huge crowd. And it's now falling to Uganda, a very important position. Can they take? Morgan breaks it across. That's a bit of danger looming. Oh my goodness, it's in. Uganda strikes first against Ghana. And they call back home. Muhozi win Uganda's first. What a strike. Ghana left ball wanting. And goalkeeper Faith Sajano absolutely has not got the hands to parry it away.
It seems, is it the same story like yesterday? They conceded a goal. Similar, they seem to be, they become ball watchers without watching the back. And sometimes it is difficult. It's the same situation. They don't seem to watch around, only watching ball, and of course leave their back behind for an opponent to finish. And that is what happened yesterday.
Oh, so watching again, as a lovely tap in from Muhozi. Defender Razak couldn't deal with it, and it's game on. That's a goal scorer. Oh, it's right down the skip out the side, Kachua, where the Ugandans go. Uganda 1, Ghana 0. And it's becoming a bit of a silent party all over the stadium.
I am foreseeing the same story, the same situation, because yesterday Tanzania were well organized and it made it difficult for Ghana. It means that Ghana has to find a way of playing by passing quickly and also making it easy and hitting them at the right time. Because what they've focused on the Ugandans is to defend very well as a team, as a unit. And that it's always difficult for the Ghana team.
Oh, Ghana is Adai who will have to come for it. Aquahagan turns one in. But it's been brought out. Kajumba on it right now. And the referee, once again, will hot it a bit. And it's Ghana's advantage. That's Kajumba in your shot. Entry driving or drifting into the middle. Just wondering what exactly you want to do, but we'll find Mensah. Yes, and Kuma, the far left-hand side. Ando, he's been a bit silent into this game.
Once they lose possession, they are good to go back. And of course, attack.
Uganda, that is Kajumba. That is brought out and the skip of the side. We'll have to have it. Kuchawa. Also, that's Mensah starting all the way for Ghana at the far left-hand side. Maybe they would have to look for other upsets. But Uganda really defending so well into this game. That's a big one coming. And they step back to Afat Janu, who's got a lot of upsets. At the back at the moment, in plenty of space, is Razak Fyonyaji in the center cycle. Ando. Lovely play from Ando. Breaks through this Ugandan player. So still Ando. And the referee could have just placed on the advantage.
Yeah, indeed. It was an advantage, but of course the referee thought to protect him first. He was able to wave his way through. And when he had a chance rather to go, that's when the referee whistled. But it's been difficult for Ghana, because of, again, the same strategy that the Ugandans have put up. Well organized at the back. The main thing that was important for them was to really defend very well, and that's what they're doing. And it's very, very difficult for Ghana to go through.
Well, 18 minutes and a few minutes to end the first half, and it's still Uganda. That's a poor free kick there from Ghana's man. That's a very, very bad idea. He's got a lot of options. Players waiting for it in the final third. Decide to go long. Well, just watch it again. Not a bad idea, but it's just wide off the mark.
It looks like sometimes where they are short of ideas, especially when they get to the final third. It's so difficult. Between Ivan and Akram, protecting the defensemen of the Ugandans, I think it's been solid at the middle and then at the back.
Then Uganda will have to attack Mohozi up front. Well, he's taking out of play. And that's his Fyonyaji.
One of the things that Ghana need to be careful, because they are ball watchers. They like to have the ball most of the time. Most of the time they are disorganized at the back.
Jemfi chasing it, as well as Chakua. That's Ando again. And it's been stopped in his tracks. And we might just see the first yellow card of this game flash to Uganda's number 2. And it's Hassan. Oh, watch it again. Very, very tough battle at the far side.
Of course, he went through. And this is a final match for them, in a way. If he gets yellow card and they go through, it's fine.
So that's a confirmation of the yellow card. Hassan gets himself into referee Toure's book on the 20th minute mark here. But here's Ghana trying to see if they can quickly find the equalizer before the halftime whistle. Entry dazzling his way through. Goes to the ground. But the referee had none of that. Played upfield for Uganda. Morgan looking for options. And it should be a long strike up front. Returned. Barazak. The Uganda back in possession in the middle. Ivan. Kachua now onto the into Ghana's penalty box. Big chance, and that's a big miss from the skipper. Chakua. Oh, glorious opportunity, but again, the skipper fails to increase his tally to make it 2 for Uganda. And that will certainly be the last kick of this particular half.
That was the biggest opportunity for them. They've worked it out. beautifully, getting to the final third, and they needed to finish it.
Well, you can see, very excited and delighted as well with the way they played so far in this first half. And for this Ugandan side on your screens at the moment, it will be a lot of joy. But for the Ghanaians who are taking steps out of the field, there'll be a lot of chit-chat on the technical area with Coach Kwekudansi. Halftime, Uganda 1, Ghana 0.
In what is a repeat of the first game of the group, as I was quickly reminded by our able commentator, Victor Kwao, Uganda have turned things around. It was a dominant performance in the first time they met in this tournament, Uganda and Ghana. But this time round, it looks like it's a bit of one-way traffic as Ghana have struggled to bring in some of their key players in this particular first half. Second half still to come in the third and fourth place playoff. And I'm joined by the two who've been here by my side, evaluating, even in the stands, still coaching and discussing football. And we get to hear what they think of the first half. Coach Calvin Johnson at the far end, and of course Gifty up here from Ghana right here. Gifty, your make of the first 20.
It's beautiful. I would want to start with the Ghana team. This is a team who lost yesterday. You would think they will come back today and they stick to the style of play, stick to the strategy that got them through the group stages. Now what we see with the Ghana boys is, I think they're a little bit down on confidence, so it is making their final decisions very inefficient. Their final touches to the ball are not getting to the target. I presume the target they want to get the ball to. They have been very possessive. They've had a lot of the ball, and you would think that technically, I mean, if you want to score goals, if you want to dominate the game, you have the ball and then you have access to doing all that you want to do. On the other hand, when it comes to the Ugandans, I think from the beginning they figured they're not going to be able to get much of the ball to possess as much as their Ghanaian counterpart, but they had a game plan. The little time we have the ball, we are not going to be passing the ball, doing unnecessary passing, but they would rather have efficient play, which is what I think they have done now. They didn't get to play much of the ball, but the few times they have it, they make very good use of it.
Absolutely.
And here we
Coach,
are.
what did you make of the first half from your perspective?
Yeah, first half I thought Ghana had most of the possession, but they haven't altered their tactical awareness of this particular game. For example, you find the 11, the 6, the main player in their team, which is the number 8, they're still running with the ball, and they haven't changed that technical quality in order to get behind the Ugandan defense. And yes, same like we had last night with the Champions League. You have 69 possession and you still you don't win the game. Ghana has got all the possession, but they're losing the game. When we counted now, the Ugandans were able to defend well, and they probably had 2 chances at the Ghanaian goal. The one was the shot from far out, almost over the Ghanaian's goalkeeper, and the one was where the number 9, I think he's not the captain, but he makes a nice dribble on the left-hand side, and he plays the ball across, and like we say, football always has luck. The one guy misses the ball, and it falls for one of our main players, which is the number 10. Easy tap in, and he scores the goal. Ghana are down.
Speaking of that goal, Ghana may have had all the possession, but it is Uganda who have the difference. That difference was a difference in qualifying as they led their way to this tournament, and he has proved to be the difference in this game, at least in the first half. Captain Fantastic Chakua, the man with the goal. Let's take a look at that goal right now, guys, and we can evaluate what happened in this particular one. No one can deny how important it was coming down that left flank. You could see we have one or two players on him, somehow manages to wiggle his way into some space, missed, and half volley back of the net.
But it's on the left flank that everything takes precedent as how he does it and how he allows the players again of Uganda to get in position to score that goal. Because when you look, Ghana outnumber the Ugandans, and yesterday we had similar goals whereby we say, don't watch the ball, watch the man, because the man is the deadly one, not the ball.
All right, guys, let's just talk a bit here about one of the players who's been a standout player at the beginning of the tournament, John Ando. And there is concern, at least from my perspective, that while he was a leading, shining light, it seems that in the progressive games, especially from the third game going forward, he has been stifled completely from this Ghanaian side. Jersey number 8, a star against Uganda in the opening game. That's where we noticed him. But something has happened. So this is a developmental game, a competition. It's a developmental program, and now I have an amazingly experienced forward and an amazingly experienced coach who will be criminal of me not to ask, how can this boy improve his game or change it at the very least?
Win or lose for me, Chico, take the boy back, take him back into the development structures, teach him that he's a good player, first work on his strengths, and then show him that he has options to vary his game and not play the same type of game every game, because when you go into tournaments, by the second, by the third game like we have now, the other coaches would have watched what is your strength. So you have to have a variety of individual flair within the game.
Interesting. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I really agree with Coach, because you are first a player before a speedster. He is a speedster. We have all seen that from the beginning of the tournament. Coaches have now figured him out. Opponents have now figured him out. It was helping him. Now, you should know at this point, as a speedster for his style of play, he needs a lot of space. Opponents are not giving you that space because they have figured that if they give you those space, you will make use of it. Now, you're not getting those space. Play wall passes. Use your teammates.
All right, there you go, Gifty and Johnson, Coach Johnson helping us here. Now I want us to just zoom out here and I introduce the man that, as we've been saying, it is all about developing the future. And this man, Emmanuel Ndam, will be the man that will be leading the commentary in the first half of the next game. What should we expect from you?
Honestly, I'm just going to be natural and give it my best. I'll be a first-timer. But you should expect that it will come with a thrill and spill of commentary that makes it just fun for the audience, for the listeners, and anyone who's watching. Yeah.
Absolutely. Do not miss out on the commentary of the first half of the next game, learning a bit from Victor, learning a bit from CAF, and now an opportunity to exercise his skill. Emmanuel will be there, and so will we enjoy the second half of this game before we get to his game. See you in a bit.
You're going to learn from...
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half department of this game between Uganda and Ghana, with the CAF side leading the host nation by goal to nil. And it's true, Uganda's skipper Kuchawa, and that is the scoreline at the moment. Uganda 1, Ghana 0, and it's game on. Our Senegal referee Toure has blown for the commencement of the second half.
Well, I think Uganda has done so well in terms of how disciplined they've been. Ghana should be aware that after 2 matches, they will know the style of play. They will know how you've been playing, working out. They will know your strength. And therefore, you must also have variations in terms of how you play. In the second match, Ghana came out with a 4-4-2 formation. And because Ando and the rest were dropped, so I'm looking forward for them to improve in that area.
It's Uganda trying to come for a lace the horse one up front, looking for Buhuzi, but couldn't pick it. And it's Ghana's number 5 who picks it. Razak. And it's so ambitious hits. Makes the advantage will stay with the team in pole position to run away with the bronze at the moment, if nothing changes to this scoreline. Kuchawa looking for it. Managed to pick it, but there's no upset. Very, very limited in the final turf for Uganda, but the big man stays on the turf, and Ghana would have to defend from that free kick set piece. Look at it again.
Oh, that is a clear foul. He was late. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's John Ando. A bit frustrated at the moment. Not just finding his rhythm and balance in the last 2 games. He has been completely cut off. And that's what he had by
One of the things they need to do, the Ghana team, is to pass the ball quickly in order to move this organized Ugandan team from their comfortable organization.
It's Uganda's free kick. And it's going to be a long drive, and it's stopped on the line by Razak. That's a big chase. Ivan, but it's picked by Kasim, who also gives it away to the Ugandan. Ivan. Taking a bit up front, but it's just too strong to be kept on the field. And Ghana will pick it up. It'll be brought into the middle, and Ghana quickly needs to find options. Here's Jemfi. He's got Ando to his left-hand side. Ando will cut on onto his favorite right foot. Again, it's just difficult for him to break through the traffic of these Ugandan players.
Of course, they are aware of the strength of Ghana, and of course, he's the man. Every time he's doubled by two people, he has to go through them. And he has to also be clever enough to pass the ball quickly so he can be free and get the ball at the right time.
Back to Ghana's territory is Mensah. Look for Fyonyaji as he ran for it. And he goes to the ground, wins the sympathy of the referee. Free kick for Ghana. That'll be a very lovely position, isn't it? If we will take it, can be a bit disastrous. Well, but for the home fans, they are not backing down anytime soon. They're singing, drumming, dancing. It's still on. Edging this side on. So they are trailing by go at the moment. Ando delivers it in. That's a wide ball off the mark. And this man has been very, very silent as well.
Aqua, yeah, of course. Aqua is being marked properly by Wasike, Mukasa, and of course Waswa and Hassan. They've been well organized at the back. They've defended as a unit, and it's made the Ghana team struggle in the way they attack.
Ghana trying to construct something lovely from the midfield now. That's Jemfi. What Jemfi is yet to find is agility in today's game. Not slick as always in today's match against Uganda.
Yeah.
It's a very tight space in the middle.
I think the Ugandan technical men were smart. They saw exactly what Tanzania did with Ghana. And hopefully Ghana were also going to change their style of play, and they haven't. And now, with the same tactical play, it's been very difficult. When you lose the ball, make the field a little bit small, compact, and don't allow them space. And that's what they've done. And Ghana is still struggling.
Uganda's ball sent. Andrea picks it up. No troubles for him. As we've done 25 minutes left with 15 minutes more. And it's Ghana whose clock is ticking faster than that of Uganda in terms of what they would have to do to get back into today's game. Few seconds played already in this particular half, and we've done 25 minutes. Ghana trying to defend their line from the far right-hand side.
Normally Ghana are a team that likes to play. And once they are down, They don't seem to be playing. They don't seem to be doing their own thing again.
That's Mahosi in your shots. As Uganda try to break away from the Ghanaian marker. Kuchawa, lovely play into the middle. And nearly sent that one across, but it was well blocked by Mensah. For the Uganda skipper, what a player's been. Big talisman. With making all the big decisions at the moment.
He does always what he has to do to take men on, create space for himself and then get a goal.
Akram. That's a bit scrappy. And Toure will point to the other way around. Big advantage for Ghana once again to take a walk up front. But the big question is, do they have the men up front? They like the fact that Ando is a bit silent. Aqua Hagan, top scorer, coming into this competition is absolutely off today. Maybe yet to be walking into this game.
Well, I think Ghana has struggled in the first half, of course in the second half as well, because we don't seem to see the style of play, the way they've been playing. And of course the tactical play has also not changed. Yes, they brought in freshmen. Hopefully it will change, but you know.
Oh, so there we have it. Entries off for J to come in.
They need to continue with the style of play, and they've started kicking the ball again.
A couple of fans also on your screens as well. That's a big kick back to the goalkeeper, and you can see that's a bit of trouble. Looming there, Andra fails to keep it on the turf, and they concede a corner kick on the right-hand side. It's sent across, that's a big opportunity. Who pounce on it? And it's in! Ghana get back into this tie! Oh my goodness! It's Uganda completely left this Ghanaian young man off the hook. And he just pounced on them. The man in the 12th jersey, Adai, has just brought Ghana into today's game. And the fans cannot just keep quiet all over the stand. Andran, was he his own enemy when he decides not to keep the ball on the field with a lazy touch at the end? And you can hear the Ghanaian fans singing, drumming, and dancing.
Of course, it was a quick take. They took it quickly. The goalkeeper came in, couldn't get it right. He fell in front of Adai, who has also done well. Placed it very, very well. 1-1 for Ghana now.
Well, so we're really in for a game now. That's a scorer for you, Eric Adai. When everybody thought that Ghana was out of this game, the chap brought them back. It's 1-1 at pace.
That is good. It's a good sign. I mean, they need to start to push forward, but be calm about their style of play.
Here's Uganda. That's a lovely run. Kuchawa cuts it in, and Ghana defense. Bob watching, but the whistle is already up. There's a Senegalese referee, Toure. That saves Ghana with a whistle. Oh, Uganda nearly getting back hard.
Once the ball gets to the wing, Ghana seems to struggle. They end up watching the ball, they become ball watchers, and they don't watch the immediate surroundings, which is very, very important. And what happened now, because he was not aware where he was, instead of him kicking the ball, he wanted to control. It becomes a problem.
Well, Fajinu also caught in the mix as well. That's a good decision from the referee. Ghana, at least living dangerously again. Mohosi coming forward. Uganda in poor position to double the lead. Looking for Kuchawa. Kuchawa cut it in, and Fajinu picks it up. That's a simple way to deal with it. But it's smelled on your screen, Kuchawa. Here's the real man to look out for. One of the best players coming into this tournament from the Sikafa Zona qualifiers. And it's Ghana on the right foot now. Adai hits it onto the edge, the far right-hand side. Cut it in! Oh my goodness, lovely try. But Andran makes it very simple. Watch it again. Clever moment there. Was trying to bend it into the very, very near post by the goalkeeper. How did Warren?
Well, very intelligent from Aqua. I mean, the effort of taking the ball to the other side of his foot with the unfavored leg to make attempt, I think is clever from him.
But looks like we're in for the cooling break. And the fans will continue to really, really live this moment.
That's beautiful.
Hello, Africa. If you're watching us, it is the 10th edition of the CAF African Schools Football Championship, Accra 2025. And you can see the facial expression of the Uganda players at the moment. Absolutely in shock of how these Ghanaians got back into this tie.
Yeah, it was good that Ghana got a go back. But the Ugandans must continue to do what they've been doing. They've made it so difficult for Ghana.
Well, you can see the students also in a short while ago also enjoying themselves. As Coach Quick would also on your screens, the man who hails from Bechem. We'll need to find a way to deal with this Ugandan side. And you can see the schoolboys and girls having a real party. Don't forget, it is African Schools Football Championship. And they've got the right to be here and enjoy this moment.
Exactly. It is indeed a very good moment for all the school kids.
That's Kasim brought down. And that'll be Ghana's free kick. Lovely movement there from Kasim. Only to be found wanted by Uganda's number 14, Mukasa. Quick movement there from the Ghanaian and a sharp attack defense from Mukasa.
Exactly, if they could use their wider areas by way of speed, which can help them get a lot of infringement around the box, it's always good.
Also confirmation for Elisha Mukasa, who becomes Uganda's second player to get into referee Touré's book this afternoon. While Sandra continues to arrange his three-man wall. But the noise level certainly is deafening at the moment. The fans finding their voice as Ghana get back into the game. So you can see the skipper of the side. Also part of the wall there, the man in the 10th set. Sharaf Chakua, equally Uganda's goal scorer. And it's a very acute angle. And you can see a lot of white shirt all over Uganda's penalty area, as many as 6 of them. It's bent inside of a lot of miss-up. Oh my goodness. Is it in? It's a bit scrappy, but Ghana has the lead. Oh, a new hero is born. A new hero is Kasim. It's Kasim. Ghana gone down and they are back in front. Twice the strike in this particular half. And Uganda doomstruck as the schoolboys and girls will continue to celebrate all over the stand. Don't forget, their home fans, absolutely majority in terms of those who are watching from the stands here.
Well, I think it was a good free kick taken, and it became a goal-mouth struggle. Kasim was first to get there. Wow, yeah, he got it first. First of all, Adai was able to give a good kick, which became a struggle for the goalkeeper, and then Kasim was first to get it.
Well, you can see, look at the technique there too, fits it. Stays on the ground, but managed to tip it in. And the man in the 11 shirt certainly will be the headline if it stays this way this afternoon.
Kasim has done well. So is Adai. Adai, who has been a little bit, he has upped his game, especially in the second half, equalized, and also give a good assist for this goal.
Well, let's see how Uganda will react. Will it be a repeat of what we saw on the opening day? Will Uganda find a way around this Ghanaian team. But goalkeeper in a bit of trouble as he lies in his own penalty area. Andrean Mukiwanga. Ball us to be St. Thomas Aquinas boys or Accra boys. Accra Academy boys in your shot a while ago.
Okay.
As the Ghana Supporters Union also celebrating the moment. And that's the man of the moment, Hakim Kasim. Just wondering what will be going through his mind at this moment as a young player. Well, coach, you've been there before and you've seen it. What happens at this stage in terms of how this young man is feeling? Just look at it again.
Well, it was well taken first by Adai, and it became like a goal-mouth struggle. And Kasim was very smart, very good. Technically, he was good. First, they were struggling both. First of all, the kick was good, very, very good, because the goalkeeper managed to save it, the situation. And then here we are now, struggling. And Kasim, was the first to get there.
Also, we're looking to get back. But his goalkeeper, Andre, was off after struggling to.
But it's always good for Ghana to have come back like that. I mean, they've done well. They've pushed themselves so hard to equalize and, of course, to get a goal. To get another goal to be as we're leading now.
All once the man in the 18 set for Uganda will not return, then we'll have the man in the one set coming, and that'll be Hamidou Kasumba. It's now into the game to play the remainder of the minutes left. And that's the confirmation of a scoreline. Ghana leading Uganda by 2-1. 38 minutes. Yes, Jemfit for Ghana. Will drift into the middle. Lovely touch. Ando. It's a bit scrappy. Kuchawa. That's a very, very physical challenge. Now becoming a bit of a physical tussle.
Adai has really improved in this second half. I'm so happy of the way he's played. He's linked up very well to the attack. He's also fair to win balls, 50-50 balls. This is really good. But of course, now that Uganda, okay.
Well, so just look at it. That was Ando who was trying to reach it first, couldn't reach it. And the man in the training shirt will stay on the ground, Ivan. Well, it's a bit worried because this Uganda side took the lead. And now for the fans, they now have something to rejoice about in the stand. And it's lovely to always see the host nation only selling out some beautiful football to the watching world. That is not to discredit what Uganda has done so far into this game. Quality Uganda side by all standard.
Yeah, they have improved. You know, in their first match they played against Ghana, we saw Ghana took them by way of possession and everything. And in this second half, the second meeting, they've made it so difficult for Ghana.
Yes, Ghana, they would have to clear their line. Few seconds to end this particular half. But Uganda has got other ideas. They will have to come for it. Waswa deciding to overrun his line. Will cut it in big. But Fat Junior needs to be careful. And he grabs it. Panicking moment for Ghana once again by the goalkeeper. It's equal to the tax. Well, you can see his face. Definitely not a story he'll be looking for at the moment. Oh, certainly we're doing 2 minutes of additional time. As we are already into a few seconds of the first one. Yes, Kasim trying to go past Hassan. Goes down, referee up, none of that. That's top moment. Looks to be Ando, sending it very deep into the bar line, but it's well dealt with there by Waswa. Ghana's life of touching the bronze hanging just by 1 minute. But Uganda's chances and hopes of at least winning a continental showpiece at this age category is also just hanging by a thread. And there's a goal scorer who stays on the tap. Looks to be Hakim Kasim. Seems to have picked a Maxwell pool. That means that medical attention will be required. Oh, there's more dire than we are taught from commentary position.
And probably he's got a muscle problem. I don't think he's intentionally trying to waste time, which a lot of people will be thinking of. Hopefully it's not so that bad.
Well, Ghana's goal scorer, winning goal scorer for that matter, lies on the turf. Well, you've got to watch this one again on your screens. And you can see the minutes. Hakim was trying to look for the help of his colleagues. And it's been stretched off as Ghana would have to defend their line. It's a bit dangerous. Hassan is sent across and it's turned away. Ghana will need to react, but Uganda will need to be proactive. And the flag is up. What a game we've seen from these two sides. And you can see Fritz Ajanu at least telling his men to push up front a bit. And that certainly ends it. Senegal's Toure close this chapter of the 10th place playoff of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Ghana 2025. And it's the host nation that runs away with bronze medal after coming down.
That's a very good effort for Ghana in the second half. The effort they put up in the last few 10 minutes. I mean, kudos to the Ugandans. The strategy was good, but it didn't help at the end.
And you can see Uganda played absolutely, cannot believe it. Not even for this man, Hassan. And for the school boys and girls, it will be celebration galore. What a game we're having today. Certainly looks to be a party day in Ghana's capital city.
Indeed, it's really good for Ghana. I mean, the fact that they've done well, they've won the bronze, is good. This team is also very colorful.
Very colorful. Yeah. Ghanaian colors there, red, gold, green, as the players will move towards them to let's thank them for their support throughout this tournament. This is the end of the road for Coach Kweku Danso's side.
They need to keep this team, the core one of the team.
Well, full time at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, Uganda 1, Ghana 2.
Oh, halftime, full time, I should say, at halftime. It was Uganda who looked like walking away with this one. But Ghana have come back and done exactly what they did in the first time these two teams met at the beginning of the tournament, winning this game, albeit allowing Uganda to pull one goal through. 2-1 it finishes at full time. The celebrations will be going on, not because they've won the tournament, but because they've given their fans a reason to believe once again and to dream. The fans turned out in their numbers, hoping that the boys who failed to beat their opponents to get to the final can at least sign off as the third best team in the Africa Schools Football Championships, Ghana 2025, and they did that. That exactly is what they have delivered to the fans. Chants of amen ringing across the stadium as hope has been restored. It was a tough one, but a second half worth taking note of from Ghana. Gifty.
I think getting to the latter part of the second half, then you could see Ghana wanted to do something. At the beginning of the second half, me and coach were talking about it, and I said, hey, the way they were playing, if they don't go back to the way they used to play, then Ghana is going to get beat. But they dug deeper, and then at a point you could see there was this sudden belief. They believed they could do it. They have the resilience, and then they kept their composure. The first goal coming from Adai, it was a lot of defenders. It was a lot of bodies in the box. He took his time. He gave it power, and then picked a spot. And that was a beautiful. That was a beautiful goal. So what I can take from the second half is the fact that the Ghanaians kept their composure. They believed, and they stuck to a certain game plan. They started playing like they played previously, and it worked for them. That's all we want to see. These are kids, and then when you are goal down and you have the mental toughness to come back and still have some sort of resilience and believe, and you actually equalize and come back from a goal to win. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. What else is beautiful is the fact that on their first attempt in these championships, they have managed to be the third best team in Africa when it comes to the youthful games, the school games, and we will be hoping to see a lot more from Ghana. What did you make over the course of this tournament, taking the positives and then negatives from both Uganda and Ghana, Coach?
The positives for me, well done to Ghana for coming third as far as the boys are concerned. It's important that you show that you prepared for the tournament, that you tried to get where you wanted to. Yes, Uganda have got a lot to go forward with when they get back to their country, so has Ghana. But for me, it's about, like I said early on, taking the younger ones that can come back to the tournament next year and teach them what it is like to play in this tournament, probably in a different country. Maybe we're going to Namibia next time. So there's traveling involved, there's preparation involved, there's how you sleep involved, all those little things outside of just being a good football player that you've got to learn. And I hope the Ghanaians are able to do that with their team now, because they come third and they probably qualify next year for the next championship. And Uganda will probably have to play to get into the next championship. But it's a learning curve for all countries within Africa to take this competition by the scruff of its neck and really develop your players to come and play a youthful tournament that will prepare them for, like I said early on, for the Olympics or for a World Cup or even for an AFCON. I believe that's the vision that we should have for our children in Africa.
And that's actually has been the vision of the CAF president, Patrice Motsepe, who began this, birthed this with the very same idea which you have described there, Coach. It is all about the future. It's all about equipping the children with the technical ability, tactical ability and experience, to be honest, to go and conquer the world. You remember, the dream is to have Africa win the World Cup, and it is getting closer and closer, and the platform has been provided. So the future is exceptionally bright. Meanwhile, for Ghana, what do you think is next for these children if you were to advise the GFA?
What I think, in general, it looks good. On the part of Ghana, it looks like the future of Ghana football is a lot promising. What I would prefer, what I would plead with the GFA to do is, even with those who might not be eligible to come back next year, do not let them off the hook. This is supposed to be a developmental project. Take them to the next stage, develop them, let them grow, let them have as much exposure they could have in the game. Do not, please, do not let them off the hook. Do not leave them to their own fate. Guide them, nurture them as much as you can, and then I think with the right guidance, with the right coaching, with the right everything, nutrition, you teach the kids how to take care of their bodies, you teach them how to do extra work of teams training, and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine, and if we do that, what Gifty has just said, we might be seeing a whole lot more of these kind of goals, which we saw in the second half, albeit the second one being a bit scrappy, but ultimately doing the job. I will say that I was impressed what that ball goes in. Cross coming in high, keeper does punch it, and then into the back of the net.
I think the second one was the scrappy one, where it was time and again, effort after effort to clear their ranks by Uganda, but ultimately falling short. Another set piece. There we go. A keeper makes some decent saves there, Coach.
Pardon me.
Sorry, Coach.
Again, Chico, what we said early on in the game, early on in many games, is let's teach our players the fundamentals of football. This is not a win-win tournament, but when you look at the cross that comes across and how the keeper makes, I think he makes 2 saves. The Ugandan players are not watching the ball. They are not attacking the ball. They are nowhere to be found, and yet the ball is moving and not the players. So you've got to keep your eye on where the ball is going as a defender crossing the ball. You understand what I'm saying? When the ball is coming across, where is the ball going? You've got to go to that area and not mark space. There's no time to mark space now. You've got to mark the ball. And once you mark the ball, you won't have your goalkeeper making 2 or 3 saves before it eventually goes into the net, because one of the Ghanaian players are standing free and waiting for the loose ball, and he pops it in the net.
Yeah, well, there's the word. Keep your eye on the ball. Back in the day, growing up, at least in Kenya and Tanzania, you'd see a gazette where there's a picture, it's a game, but the ball is absent, and you ask, where, spot the ball. It's all about keeping your eye on the ball. You gotta fail to do so. They paid the ultimate price. Lessons can be learned. We'll see if the Morocco and South African players can keep their eye on the ball. We'll be back in just a bit to build up to that game.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Oh,
Visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Welcome back to the Africa Schools Football Championships, Ghana 2025. An opportunity for us now to turn our attention to the second, third and fourth place playoff match. This one from the Girls Championships, where South Africa and Morocco will be meeting. Two gifted sides technically.
Highly technical teams playing today, and then if the games they have played in the past is anything to go by, then we look forward to having a very exciting game. South Africans are the team that love to keep the ball, play at the flanks, and then in situations where the flanks are not working, they love to play the ball at the midfield a lot too, considering the fact that they have their number 7 left footer, very beautiful distributor of the ball, and they have their striker in the number 8. She is not a speedster, but if she gets 1 inch ahead of you as a defender, you are in trouble. And on the side of the Moroccans, the beautiful thing with the Moroccan team is that irrespective of the fact that whether or not they are down or they are up, they still stick to their game, possess the game, be very expressive on the ball, and which is the beautiful part of this whole developmental thing. They are able to keep their composure under pressure and still play the game. They try as much as possible to have so much fun on the field, and that's what we want the kids to do. Go out there, have fun. And these two teams are not the teams to sit back and defend. These two teams, they love to carry the ball, they love to play the ball. So, per this, we are expecting a very exciting game.
Well, they do love to play, but for the Morocco side, one player is one we will not see happens to be the girl in the jersey number 6, Malak Laribi. She already has a cast on her leg, so she will not be available for selection. But Morocco do have plenty of players in their ranks to cover. Coach, what do you expect from the South African side going into this particular match?
From the start and from reading the lineups and where they come from and what they are, it's exactly what Gift has said. They've been together for a while, these particular teams. I think most of them, they play for the same academy or they come from the same school. And again, both teams, very good technically. They like to play the pass, go wide, come inside, try and get the goal. And, you mentioned the number 8. Today she's on the bench, I think. She's not in the team.
Africa.
For South Africa.
Oh.
We like her because we couldn't understand if she's a striker or if she's a number 10. But I always say they captain the number 12. Mm-hmm. She's the one that goes wide and she has some speed and she has a dribble in her or two and she's able to come inside and score goals. The previous game, not the last one they lost, but the previous one, she was very instrumental in doing that. The last one was the number 8 who scored a cracker from outside the box. But like we say, the Moroccans have got the same strength, and we hope to see a nice game of football from two very, very good up-and-coming development teams.
Absolutely. They've proved to be exactly that. That jersey number 8 is one you will keep an eye on. Lisakanya Situlweni, she has been a star. Will she show up on the final day of the championships for South Africa? We'll find out. Standing between her and destiny is Morocco. The game's live next.
Let's welcome the national teams of Morocco and South Africa.
Veuillez accueillir les deux équipes nationales du Maroc et la Sud-Afrique.
So today is all about pride, passion, and a place on the podium for South Africa and Morocco in a clash for the third place playoff in this under-15 girls tournament. Both teams have shown incredible spirit and skills throughout the competition. And although the dream of lifting the trophy may have slipped away, there's still plenty to play for. As they take to the pitch, the Moroccan side basking in their red outfits, and South Africans in the green kit. On your screens there, mind you, the South Africans are the defending champions of the tournament, but that title will be given to another country by the end of the final of the women's game, of the girls' game, I should say. But before kickoff, the national anthems.
The national anthem of Morocco.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous tenir debout pour l'hymne national du Maroc.
And now for the national anthem of
South Africa.
Et maintenant, l'hymne national de la Sud-Afrique.
And so the players are just getting through the exchange of pleasantries. Prior to this game, South Africa were beaten by Ghana. That scoreline ended by 3-2, and Uganda beat Morocco, and now they will have to battle for the bronze medal.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Cash, oh God.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
So we're about to get proceedings underway here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. The referee for this game is Melissa Traore from Burkina Faso. As you can see, the team's going through and getting themselves ready just for the action, which is about to get started in about 2 minutes' time. South Africans, former defending champions of this one. They are one of the highest scoring teams in the competition for the girls division, of course, on their way to this match. Morocco are also a decent side. Coach, what are you making of this game, and what do you expect will happen in the first half?
Well, I think South Africa were close against Ghana. They came 3-2. They lost 3-2, but they were very, very good. They were tactically disciplined. The likes of Sitiwene, Molefe, and Malloy. Caucus has been dropped.
Yeah.
I believe that they can do well in this tournament. With Morocco, they like to attack, and most of the time they like to, defend. They defend very well, solid, and then when they're attacking, they use the number 18 shirt, Hiba, who is very huge in attack, and she shows physical presence in the game. So it's very interesting how both are going to play.
Well, the ball is on the center spot. We're waiting for the referee to get us underway at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. The whistle is blown, and the first half is in action. The scoreline is Morocco 0, South Africa 0 at the start of the first half. And the ball is down the left-hand side as South Africa look to get onto a decent start with a first chance of goal. It's with number 5, Sauma. And now number 12 of South Africa has the ball. Elizabeth. There's a chance that goes back in there, but it's the first chance for a corner kick for South Africa as they look to altercate the scoreline and get into a comfortable lead with an early output. The goalkeeper just telling her players in the penalty area to mark the opponents quite well. As the cross comes in, it's headed away. Only as far as the edge of the penalty area as the shot comes back, and it's sailed off target. Coach, an early declaration of intent from South Africa, don't you say?
Yeah, of course, the intention was good, but yes, the direction was bad.
Yeah. And the technique was poor, is a poor one for Messier of South Africa. And this will be a goal kick in favor of Morocco. It's played short. Sent upfield. And Nusa plays it down to the path of a defender. Now South Africa look to attack again. Down the left-hand side is Regina Sumila. She's already got 4 goals to her name in this competition. And knowing very well that Morocco are very good at defending, they will be keeping tabs on her and looking to keep her on a short leash during the course of this one.
Definitely, they are good in defending as a team, the Moroccans. But of course, the South Africans have shown greatness in terms of how they attack. They have a lot of options, and of course, one of the players, Somila, who normally attacks from the left and gets the options to score goals as well.
She has options available for her if she wants to play the pass or either shoot on goal.
Yeah.
So throw in for South Africa. Down the left-hand side. And a bit of defending to do for Morocco there as it's cleared away. And the attacker for Morocco was looking to run onto that one, but the move is nicked in the bud by the raising of the flag for an offside. And South Africa will go again. Down the right-hand side.
There will be a lot of battle between Hiba and Thomas.
Yeah. And Coach Hodato asked Morocco come on the attack. It's played for Hiba, and her control, her first touch lets her down as the ball runs all the way to the South African goalkeeper. She will take that one with grateful arms and place it down the left-hand side. They're looking to attack down the left-hand side. They know that that outlet is a prolific one down that side. So all the attacks are looking to...
Exactly, that is their strength, you know, with the likes of Somila, who attacks, who loves to attack very well. And of course, when she gets to the final third, she's really efficient because she's ended up scoring a lot of goals. In a match, I think she scored 3 goals, hat-trick.
I think that came in a game against Gambia.
Yeah.
And South Africa still have possession of the ball. They've seen a large chunk of possession in the opening exchanges. We've done 3 minutes of regulation time here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And South Africa are dictating the early tempo of the game so far. It's with number 15 of the side. And now Molefe down the right-hand side. She's the captain of the side, and she sends in a cross. And the goalkeeper for Morocco, Ameziani, comes out to collect that one. Do you feel the cross could have been better?
Yeah, one good thing with the South Africans, they are very good when they like to attack from the wider areas. They have a lot of options. The likes of Molefe, who is very, very quick, and sometimes, like she just did, take the ball to the wing and give a cross, a good cross, and sometimes it ends up in a goal.
And Morocco have possession now just around the halfway line. And they've lost it out. South Africa regain possession. Sumaila. And Morocco win a foul in the process as Riami went to ground. The challenge came in from behind as Simamani was trying to win the ball back for South Africa. And the referee pulls plays back for the restart. She feels as though play was resumed too quickly by the South Africans.
I think Hiba was chasing her when she was about to kick the ball. So she needed to give her space to kick for a goalkeeper, yeah. So.
And it's a word to the goalkeeper from the referee, Melissa Traore. It is still goalless at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. South Africa has seen a lot more of the action in the opening exchanges. It's been a bit of a cagey affair so far as both teams are just still struggling to settle into their strides, but you expect that to change as the game goes along. And now Morocco on the attack down the left-hand side. Manute sent it in for Hiba, and the goalkeeper off her line to gather that one.
I think the Moroccans have to find a way of using Hiba.
Yeah.
Because she's very huge and she shows her physical presence. Therefore, it's important the ball is put on her feet to be able to help them keep the ball and come on attack.
So from a tactical point of view, you feel as though she's playing as a target forward, and they would
she is a target forward, and because of her physical presence, when they use in their previous matches, that's what they've done. They were not too good in attack. Defensive, very, very sound, but when they attack, they didn't have any option. And so when they brought her in, you clearly see, because she is the one who can hold the ball and then allow them to come
for the midfielders to run.
To attack, yeah.
And they'll be looking to find Hiba on the end of many crosses as the game carries on, as there's a throw-in in favor of Morocco. The scoreline is still 0-0. No one has found the back of the net as of yet. But we are hoping to see more goals as South Africa know how to find the back of the net. We've seen it on countless occasions throughout the tournament. The only game in which they failed to score a goal was when they took on Uganda in the very first group stage game. But
they were taken by surprise.
Yeah, they were taken by surprise. But since then, they managed to beat Congo by 8-0 and Gambia by 5-0. So there's a lot of goals in this team. Meantime, it's a free kick for Morocco. 40 yards out from goal. As the cross comes in, it's cleared away only just as Manuti gathers that one for Morocco. She looks to find Hiba. She does find Hiba on the end of that one. And she's being marshaled and kept at a short leash there. The number 10 was trying to make something happen out of nothing. That's Alubani. But South Africa retrieve possession deep in their own half. And now they're looking to go forward. It's back with Morocco. Exchange of possession, I should say. And Hiba, she's been a real live wire so far in the first half. She's got a single goal to this campaign she's having, but you do feel that she could get more in this game, Coach.
That is, of course, if they use her wisely. You know, if they use her wisely, of course, she'll get a chance to score. Thomas is also a very strong defender for the South Africans, and she's the one who is in charge of her. And I think she's doing well.
Amaziani sends the ball upfield towards the center circle, and Manuti will chase this one. She's got pace. Can she latch onto it? She does latch onto it, but in the end, it's nicked away from her by a really good piece of defending from Farah Thomas, who's a solid defender, as Coach said a couple of minutes earlier. But it's a free kick in favor of Morocco. Or a throw-in in favor for Morocco, yeah. Manuti in your shot there, as you can see. She's a forward, and she's playing on the left-hand side, deployed by Nadia Dilaidi, who is the head coach of the Moroccan side.
The Moroccans are, really good in terms of how they defend. Players from the South Africans have to be creative. Stiweni, who has done so well in this tournament, has to find a way of being creative, giving good passes that can outsmart the Moroccans, because they are solid at the back.
The throw comes in. Booted clear. And Hiba finds her right winger. And now Morocco on the attack. The cross comes in. They were looking for Hiba on the end of that one, but the cross wasn't quite perfect. And she applauds her mates for the attempt from the cross. It was Ibanke on the right-hand side who swung in that cross. And the referee stops play. To have a word with her assistant on the touchline. So play is restarted. South Africa have the ball down the halfway line in the center field, looking for the run of Molefe. And you can see that South Africa in the final third cannot quite put the passes together.
Exactly, it is a problem because of the organization of the Moroccans. From the back and to the middle, they are well organized at that. But I like the fact that South Africa can be able to develop the attack. They just have to find a solution when they get to the final third to be able to give a creative pass, a pass that can give them the chance to score goal.
They look to fashion an opening so far, but they haven't quite seen it in the attacking third. The passes haven't quite been intricate. And 12 minutes played at the University of Ghana Stadium. It's Morocco 0, South Africa 0 in the third place playoff match. That will see either one of these sides clinch the bronze medal. And South Africa down the right-hand side. There's the captain of the side, Molefe, who was looking to go past the left back of Morocco, but she stopped in her tracks. And now Morocco regained possession. Molefe wins it back for South Africa. Plays it inside into a midfielder, number 10. And it's nicked off her toes by the captain and number 10 of Morocco. And now they will search for it. And again, South Africa doing well to retrieve possession. And then the long ball is played, looking for Molefe on the end of that one. She does latch onto it. Molefe, and she can't quite evade the presence of Ibrahimi. She's managed to keep Molefe in her pockets up until this point in really, really good style.
One of the things that Morocco needs to improve is how quick they attack. Of course, they've got Hiba, who is the target, but once she gets the ball, they must support with a little bit of speed. Else they won't be able to get into the half of the South Africans.
So it's a free kick for South Africa after a foul from Ibanka. A foul on Ntembu. And she kicks the ball away out of frustration. And coach, in as much as this is an under 15 tournament, you do feel as though the kids are playing with youthful exuberance, and at the same time they know what's at stake.
They've done well, and I think the technical men too have done so well. Those who lost early and everything, this is a developing stage, and I think the kids have really put up a good show, and there's more hope for the future.
There's more hope for the future as the cross comes in from South Africa, and it will roll away harmlessly as the goalkeeper picks that one up for a goal kick. We're getting towards the end of the first half. It's South Africa 0, Morocco 0. 14 minutes of the action. And Molefe, who's the captain, was trying to catch the goalkeeper by surprise, but in the end, her effort on goal wasn't quite on target. And now she's gone on the ground. She didn't look to pick up any knock or injury whatsoever in the process, but she's clutching her nose.
One of the things I think South Africa needed to do, in their previous matches, Siweni was a bit up front. Now they've brought her at the back, and sometimes you need her to do more than she's doing. I don't know. And of course, Kok, who is also very quick, dynamic at the wings, has also been benched.
So she's receiving treatment there, as you can see, as play resumes. And now South Africa on the attack. They're attacking centrally. Can they fashion something out of this chance, maybe? It's booted to safety by Morocco and retrieved again by Maziboku down the left-hand side, and now it's out of play for a throw-in. Coach, 5 minutes of the action in the first half still to go. Who do you think might just get as the first goal of the fixture?
I think the team that is attacking more, which is the South Africans, they have a chance of winning because they've had the ball more. They've been able to keep possession, but it just needs the final third, how they will be able to outsmart the Moroccans.
Well, it's a game of two halves, and as it pans out with 4 minutes and hopefully injury time to come, well, that's a stray effort there from South Africa's. Ameziani for Morocco, she has conceded 3 goals in the tournament so far. But it's impressive from a goalkeeping point of view, knowing very well you've come all the way to the third place playoff. It means that defensively they were solid.
They've always been solid. If you look at the setup, they dwell a lot on how to defend and then options to attack. And like I said earlier, they didn't have the options until they brought Hiba, who has shown the physical presence in terms of how to reach her. She's been the target.
Ibrani clears the ball away, and now Hiba is on the chase. She's a target forward. You can see it in the way she's built. And I'm sure the defenders will be feeling her stamps as she's chasing down the ball. And Manuti will let that one roll out for a throw-in in favor of Morocco. Simamani in your shot there. She's a midfielder. Ibrahimi, who stands over this throw-in. Hiba, who's seen little of the action after the halfway point of the first half. After the opening exchanges, saw her making runs into South African territory, and now the ball is down the left-hand side and it's played towards the center circle, and now Morocco retrieve possession and is sent back into the feet of the right back into midfield now. And there's a foul in the process as the referee spots it. A foul on Simamani. Some of the action you've seen here from the under 15 girls, when you watch it across the entirety of the competition so far, have you been impressed?
Of course, I've been impressed. I mean, the way they've played, don't forget they are kids. They are 15 years and not 16. And so they are in the developing stages of their career. But what they've shown, I think, is pretty good.
It's been pretty good so far. And now South Africa have it down the right-hand side. You can see there's a tussle for the ball, and she nicks it away. She finds the captain, Molefe, back. She was looking for Molefe on the end of that one. And Manuti steals it off the defender for South Africa. And captain on the side is found. She's found Hiba. She's chasing out that one. And the flag is up as she came back from an offside position. And for target forwards, they need more of service.
Exactly, she needs more service, but also it's important also that she positions herself very well so her colleagues can reach her.
Approaching the dying numbers of the first half, it's still goalless. Neither side with clear-cut chances up until this point. And Molefe, Ibrahimi with a last-ditch tackle to nick that one away from an impending casualty. Ibrahimi has been very resolute at the back for Morocco. There's a corner for South Africa. Molefe swings it into the box, it's headed down and off target. We've done 20 minutes of the first half. It's still Morocco 0, South Africa 0. It's been a tight and cagey affair up until this point. Coach, you feel as though maybe if it stays this way in the second half, we might just go to a penalty shootout?
No, I think both teams will improve in the second half. Most of the time, that's what has happened. In the first half, they look at each other, and then in the second half, they improve.
So the referee blows this one into the history books as the scoreline is South Africa 0, Morocco 0. A tight and cagey affair. Far from premium chances at both ends, but the second half is still to come at the University of Ghana Stadium. Yep. Morocco 0, South Africa 0 is the scoreline at halftime.
It's the third and fourth place playoff. You've been taken through that one from the commentary team. Emmanuel Andam, congratulations. Part of the team that is part of the pillar of the platform which CAF is trying to create. The medical staff, of course, safety and security. We're talking reporters, we're talking coaches, D-license, everything to do with football to help it grow in a wholesome way has been covered by CAF and invested in. So that was just brilliant to have him lead us through the first half. A first half, though, that struggled to paint the flair and picture that we're used to seeing from both these two teams. South Africa and Morocco goalless at halftime, a rather tame first half. Coach Gifty, any positives from that one?
I have to add what you said before, Chico. The slogan for this particular thing, protect the dream, plus everything you said before. But in getting back to the game, it has been very slow. We've looked at a lot of things, and yes, I'm impressed with the South African number 8. She's there, she's holding the ball, she's going forward, but it's just stopping in certain points, and we're not able to get behind. I think both goalkeepers have had nothing to do in the first half. There was one shot that the South Africans took. It was way out of the goal area, and the Moroccan goalkeeper, she went there and she made a dive and she caught the ball and she laid on the floor. So it was very slow half for both of them. I expected a little bit more from the number 12 of South Africa. She's been the feisty one, and she hasn't really got the ball. The same with the Moroccans. We thought the number 8 on the side. She's got so much character. She's got so much will to drive and get the ball, but they're not getting the ball to her. And when she does get it, the number 9 that they brought on in the last game, I think it's 14, but as a striker, she's not moving in the right direction to get the ball. But both teams are really slow coming out of this block. So hopefully the second half is a better one tactically in order to get goals, because that's what the game is about, getting goals, and nice goals, build up from the back, build up from the side, crossing the ball, playing the ball to areas that are dangerous. We are not seeing that in this particular game.
El Makui, the name that the coach was talking about, at least when it comes to the forward line of this Morocco side. She's in jersey number 18, struggling to get fed the ball, and when she does, it's almost as if it is search for some space, some green ahead of you, and make that run. And she's not built for that run. She's built more like a center forward, hold up play, get the players to come in. But South Africa aren't allowing anyone to get past that midfield. Neither is Morocco, to be fair. Tight affair. How do you break it up?
I think with the Moroccans, their left wing, the number 8.
Yes.
Yeah, she's very feisty.
Manuti.
Yes, she has a very good grip of the ball at her feet. Now the problem with the Moroccans coming forward is the fact that when she has the ball, the spearhead, their lead striker, the number 18 jersey, she is more concentrating being the center forward. But in this case, she barely has supporting strikers. So what, in my opinion, she has to do is to read the person who has the ball, make those runs. Sometimes you have to make a run from the top of the box to create space for the attacking midfielders to also take those spots. Because when they get the ball from the flanks, she doesn't have much options. They don't give her much running options, because then when you make the runs up front, then the one who carries the ball knows where to distribute the ball to. She doesn't have much of those options, so she's compelled to give either a back pass or a square pass. Square passes and back passes don't get you goals.
So we have two teams, two sets of players who are, well, equipped and capable, technically gifted as well. Perhaps it's down to the tactics. How would you change this game, Coach?
When I look at the previous ones we watched, and we were watching some of the players, the left back of South Africa is not getting what she used to do. She was overlapping a lot more. I think she even scored 1 goal in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Mazibuko, or are you talking of Molefe on the right flank, on the left flank?
On the left flank. We know the number 12 is the goal scorer for South Africa.
Yes, Molefe.
And it hasn't been coming to her. But the left back on the other side, the 12 plays on the right, the left back she overlaps a lot, and she hasn't been getting the ball either. So I'm saying is, the Moroccans did the same, go wide, come back inside to draw the attention and to bring the players out. Like Gifty has said, the number 9, the striker of Morocco, you have to come off in order to make space behind you for the other attacking midfielder to get onto the ball. Because the little one on the left wing, the little player on the left wing, which we think is a lot of feisty, she's got the character, she's got the energy, she'll be able to, the minute the striker makes the run towards her to help, she'll play the ball to the attacking midfielder in the space, which can be some form of tactic that they got to play.
El Manouti and Lam Rabat are the two wingers for Morocco who might possibly need some help from the fullbacks in terms of pressing and pushing forward and being allowed to cut in, if I'm getting the coach right.
Yes.
But Somila and Molefe on the South African wings, they've been sensational in previous games. How would you approach the second half, Gifty?
From a South African point, I didn't talk about them, so I just want to talk about them now. From a South African point, I think they have to believe a little more, and then with their number 8, she has power. She has a lot of power, but she's playing more like a holding midfielder. I would rather, for somebody who started off as a striker, I would rather have her, even if she's not playing at the spearhead, she should play right behind the strikers, like more of a schema. She doesn't have the pace and the energy for that, but as more of a schema. So then when the lead strikers have their back to the post and they have the ball on them, they could just lay a pass to her, and she has power. So I think they could probably use that.
Well, we have the second half to find out what these two teams will do, at least tactically, the players giving what they have. Perhaps the change and the spark will have to come from the bench. Speaking of the bench that leads us through the second half happens to be led by Victor Kwao. He's back for the second half after a great job by Emmanuel, the future of commentary. Meanwhile, he'll be joined by CK Akonor. Here we go.
Welcome back to the second half at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. It is the third place playoff match between South Africa and Morocco. As it stands, it is still goalless between these two teams. With the second half, both teams will be cautious of improving, and they know that time is running out to get the potential winner. As it stands, we might just be seeing penalties.
I hope so. No, I hope not. I want us to finish the game by one side winning, and the chances of winning is also there. For South Africans, they need to improve on how they do well in the attacking line, because they've been sound. They've not been attacked too much from the Moroccan side, but Morocco is more defensive and they are very solid in terms of how they play. Now it's left with South Africa to be able to do well in a way more in the final third.
And so Hiba will start the second half. We're waiting for the referee to get us underway. Morocco in the red outfit and South Africa in the green outfit. Referee Melissa Traore from Burkina Faso sounds the second half into action, but we will, yes, now we are underway. Morocco 0, South Africa 0. The second half ongoing at the University of Ghana Stadium. And Elion Manouti. She still has the ball. Manouti sends in across. And Hiba couldn't quite take that one into her stride. Alubani holding on to the ball and just loses out. And there's a foul handball in the process, as Gina Sumila was trying to clear that one. Is Lamrabat, who was penalized for that infraction.
Manouti has also been a player that has done so well when the Moroccans are attacking, and with the inclusion of Hiba, who has also shown physical presence, but they've not been able to do much up front.
It looks as though they are looking to Manouti to provide that moment of brilliance from the flank, and then lofting across.
She's sort of the brain behind, in terms of creativity. So they always like to play with her, and for that magic to happen.
Ibrahimi in your shot there, and now she's played it in for El Manuti into Alubani, who sent it upfield. She was looking for the run of Hiba, but she didn't quite get the message. It's cleared away only as far as the halfway line. And South Africa looking forward here on the attack. And Morocco clear their lines. We've done just 2 minutes of the second half. And again, it's still goalless at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Gina Sumila has 4 goals. We are still hoping that she might get an only goal, or maybe a goal or 2 for South Africa in this one. Unless, of course, Morocco have something to say about that one.
It is difficult, because of how Morocco has also structured their team defensively. It's also difficult to break through that.
But coach, you've been there and you've been there, you've seen it. What do managers usually tell their players who have to play in a third place playoff match? Usually people don't regard a bronze medal, but it is still a prize to play for.
It is. I mean, for South Africa, it's more of a pride than anything else, because they were the defending champions, and therefore you want to have, at least if nothing at all, win the bronze medal.
And so ball is with South Africa. It's miscued there by Nzunza, and now Hiba has it in the center circle. She's found El Manuti down the left-hand side, and she goes inside onto her right foot. Alubani plays it down to the right-hand side. Number 17 is there. Brings it onto her left foot, back to Alubani. Simamani, now Alubani with a shot. And it's in! The goalkeeper spills it. And Morocco have been gifted the first goal. She's in tears with that one. A costly error from Romadua that has gifted Morocco the lead in the second half. Alubani possibly got that one with a shot from outside the penalty box. Romadua needs to keep herself collected.
Goal for Morocco. Goal scorers, player number
That was a good goal. Good goal. They built it up. They were very patient. Pass, patient possession the ball, keeping the ball.
Look at that for technique from Alubani. And Romadua was trying to keep that one out, but the ferocity of the shot was just too much for her. And now South Africa are looking to respond almost immediately here. And Morocco having a bit of defending to do.
The way they kept possession and patiently building it up, and at the end where she had a chance to shoot was good.
It's
good football.
Morocco 1, South Africa 0. A brilliant start to the second half for Morocco. A courtesy of a goal from their captain, Alubani. And now they have the momentum in their favor. Hiba chasing down that one. It's still Hiba ongoing. She needs support. Can she find some? Her teammates need to give her support, but she's going all the way. And now it's been knocked out of play for a corner. Nzunza.
She had options, and therefore she needed to. She went in and she got a corner. That was very good. Very intelligent.
That is pure centre forward play.
Yeah, exactly. But Morocco has improved, and I'm surprised how South Africans have also given them too much space to operate. It's unbelievable. South Africa was not known to be like that, like that.
Rabani is the prime candidate to take this free kick for Morocco. It's an in-swinger. Alubani with a shot. And this time around, she couldn't keep her efforts on target. It's the first goal of the competition for her. The cross came in from Rabani. And she lashed onto the rebound.
That was a very good attempt. Yes, she needed the direction to get the ball in.
So it's a substitution in the offing here for South Africa. A switch of 2 personnel. Number 11 is off for number 7. And number 2 will be replaced by number 3. And so
they just brought Cock in, and hopefully she's going to help them.
So Cock comes in to replace Dina Sumila.
Okay.
Is that a surprising switch for you?
No, it was a surprise that she didn't start. You know, because she's been good. She's been very, very good at them in terms of how South Africans attack. And this time she was dropped.
And she's got 2 goals to her name as well. Yeah. And so for number 7, it was Sitole, who came on to replace Ntembu. So Leone Knock comes on to replace Dina Sumila. And Okule Sitole comes on to replace Ntembu. South Africa dig to their personnel on the touchline and hopefully look to restore parity. 27 minutes played at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And Haja Bolifa was signaling to the referee there that it should be a goal kick instead, but South Africa have a corner for which Molefe stands over. The cross comes in deep into the penalty box, and El Manuti will scramble away with that one. And South Africa recover possession. They give it away in the end. Lovely skill there by El Manuti.
Manuti is really skillful, isn't it?
Who does she remind you of? South Africa need to respond. The sand in the hourglass is running out for them in terms of time for a response here. But so far, so good. They look like they might get that level up. Inzunza sends it upfield. She's found Cock, and she wins a corner, much to the frustration of El Ibrahimi. She's been very, very good today, Ibrahimi. She managed to keep Molefe at bay, and now she's been tasked to keep Cock at bay.
Yeah.
And Cock will stand over this set piece. It's a corner for South Africa. We've seen 10 minutes of the second half. 10 minutes to go as the corner comes in. It's spilled by the goalkeeper. Manuti has to clear her lines, and she does so. And she takes it away from Cock and wins a foul in the process. The referee waits the play on.
Manuti has been exceptional in terms of how they play, how they attack. It's always been good because she's always ready to receive the ball and also do magic. Most of the time, she's been very, very good.
No, Manuti.
Okay, so that was a cross, a corner kick. The goalkeeper again came in, failed to get the ball. Yeah, but they were able to defend very well.
Ameziani was looking to assert herself in the penalty box, but in the end, nearly gifted an opportunity to South Africa, and it looks as though one of your best players on the field out there, El Manuti, is
she has to come back,
requiring some treatment, and it's a bit of a break for the Moroccans. That is the replay of the goal for you.
Oh, that was poor from the goalkeeper.
You can say the goal was gifted on the silver platter for Morocco. And ecstasy for Alubani and her teammates.
Alubani, Manuti, Hiba are the people who comes to action when the Moroccans are attacking.
Exciting prospects for this Morocco side. And Alubani, no wonder she's captain of her team. But South Africa need to respond. And how will they do so with the time that there's still left to play? El Manuti is back onto the field.
Yes, it's good.
But she's moving a bit gingerly, I should say, to throw in favor for Morocco. It's centre field. And Alubani picks up possession. She can't quite get past. Sitole with a strike! What a strike from Sitole! That is the way to respond. And a bit of commotion there, as you can see. An incredible effort, though, from Sitole.
Nobody expected it. That was a surprise attempt. An individual brilliance. I mean, fantastic.
A pure moment of brilliance. She nicked the ball off Alubani, and a moment of brilliance for Sitole. It's like for like with a goal Morocco scored, and parity has been restored. Okule Sitole with an incredible effort. She had no business scoring from there, but she made it her business to find the back of the net.
First of all, I think she watched the goalkeeper where she's positioned, and made an attempt. So she was aware of the situation of the goalkeeper.
But coach, that is difficult to spot it from that far out. Credit to the intelligence in the moment of brilliance from Sitole.
Exactly.
And now it is 1-1 in terms of the scoreline. Where do we go from here? The first half wasn't as well enticing as this one, but it's proven to be a whole different story in the second half. And now South Africa on the attack again. Lovely skill there from Molloy. She's found Molefe with a shot. And this time, Ameziani well stationed to pick up the loose ball.
I would love Situweni to up her game a bit, because she's most of the time the person that works things out for the South Africans, and she's been a bit quiet.
Well, the South Africans, they had to dig deep in the second half to respond, and I must say they responded in quite an equal measure with a lovely goal from Sitole. Perhaps one of the best goals we've seen in the competition. We've seen a quite number of good goals in this one. And of course comes in for South Africa. It's Cork was on the end of that one. It's cleared away in the end. And now Hiba has to come deep into her own box, and El Manuti runs out of room for that play. I mean, she has been brilliant up until this point.
Yeah, it has been interesting how both teams are now playing, because we need to get a winner, and they are making the necessary effort.
And so 7 minutes to go for one of these two teams, and a player to make herself a hero. There's a foul there on Sitole, who is an instant impact. I'm sure her coach said to her, I'm sending you on to get me a goal, and she has got her goal.
Fantastic.
It's nice to see that the girls also living up to the expectation as compared to the boys. And South Africa playing with the swagger of a team that has won this competition before. They know how to bounce back from precarious situations.
I think with the girls, there's a bit of level of expectation, and I think they've been able to fulfill it. They've done so well. Tactically, some of them have been wise.
She was looking to find Cork on the end of that one, and El Manute is caught. She's having to do a bit of defending there. The cross comes in, and now Molefe with a flick there. South Africa in the penalty area, and the shot is charged down. It's still alive in the penalty area. And the final telling touch did not quite count for South Africa. Cork is still alive, and it's blocked again. And now it's almost as though the second half is being played in the Moroccan half, ever since they got that equalizer.
They are encouraged now to put more pressure on them, make sure they create chances to score, and that's exactly what they're doing.
But credit to the coach, though. That was a foul on. That's the replay of the goal. Sitole. She's been a real live wire since she came on.
Sitole is I think, a good shooter of the ball, and every now and then when she gets the space, she wants to make an attempt at goal.
Anytime she gets space, she's looking to make an attempt on goal. It was her first goal in the competition, and a wonderful goal, I should say. And now South Africa are looking like the side that might just get that goal to clinch that third place medal that is up for grabs. And Sutole, the girl of the moment, sent it upfield. She's looking for Molefe on the end of that one. Oh. It was a poor clearance there in South Africa. Still, Morocco are flirting dangerously with poor defending. They'll bring it forward.
There's a bit of pressure also on them, and therefore, if they don't keep their composure, they will end up losing their organization, because one of the key things that have got them this far is how they are organized at the back.
Defensive solidity there is being required, and the coach on the touchline is looking very, very animated, I should say, as the throw-in is played, and it's cleared away in the end for another throw-in. Morocco 1, South Africa 1. 3 minutes still to play, and 3 minutes for either one of these sides to get that goal and clinch the bronze medal. Molloy has been lacking in the penalty area, and South Africa have been trying to find it as well as they come forward here. Molefe with a shot, and it's off the woodwork. Morocco is cleared in the end by Lamrabat, and it's a never moment for the Moroccans as Molefe.
That was a very good attempt, especially with the left leg.
It came off the woodwork.
Yeah.
And captain of the side is leading her charges on to hopefully get that winner. The cross comes in from South Africa into the penalty area. Molefe on the edge of the penalty area. She gets into the box with a shot and is blocked by El Brahimi. Alubani will bring it away for Morocco. Oh, and Ibrahimi couldn't keep that one in play. You can feel that the Moroccan side are under pressure.
Yeah, they are. I mean, after the equalization, South Africa have sort of mounted pressure on them.
And the Moroccan coach on the top line, she's just, I mean, animated. She knows that if it stays this way, they might just be in trouble.
They are a bit in trouble now because of the pressure from the South Africans.
Masiboku sends in the cross, and Molloy keeps it in play. Molloy, and the referee spots a foul in the build-up, and it will be a penalty. Did the referee point to the spot? But meantime, there's a player on the ground who stayed on the ground and looks like she's in need of treatment. Molloy was causing all sorts of problems for the Moroccans, and
no,
it did not come off her arm, did it?
No. If nothing at all, it's rather a foul against South Africa.
For the Molloy's tackle.
Yeah, for the Molloy's tackle.
On Ait Taleb. And Kilawi is being stretched off to receive some treatment. She was caught on the foot by Molloy, who meant no harm, I should say.
Yeah.
And she looks like she'll be able to continue, even though she's in a little bit of pain. But she's a tough cookie. She might be able to continue.
Yeah.
So, yes, it will be a penalty for South Africa. And the captain of the side, Molefe. We've seen virtually 20 minutes of the second half. It could be the last kick of the game. Molefe! That could be the goal that wins it for South Africa. And wild celebrations. The fans, well, they are enjoying that one, but Moroccans, the last spell, 5-minute spell, look at the goal from Molefe.
Well taken, positioned it very well. And of course, there was a bit power behind the ball, and so she got it right.
The goalkeeper gets the direction, but she couldn't make the save. Molefe, captain of the side, showing the leadership and composure when it was required. And that will be it. South Africa, and albeit that they might not be defending champions anymore, they will leave this tournament with their heads held high. Look at Molefe. She turned this game on his head quite literally with the final kick of the game. South Africa 2, Morocco 1. And they picked up the third place medal. Crestfallen, sunken, and well, a moment of despair for Morocco. Heads on the ground. They cannot believe that.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, Morocco have done what is the best game I've seen them play. Defended very well in attack when necessary. And then, of course, kept the ball. Even the goal they scored was as a result of good possession play. And South Africa came from behind with a very, very good spirit.
Well, Ramadra, who earlier on was in tears, is, oh, her blushes have been saved. And, well, football is a game that can, well, invoke emotion, and it's invoked the emotions of the Moroccans here, as Duli is trying to console her teammate Irabani. Well, she's in tears.
They've done well.
They've done well to get to this point. They've showed their stuff, brilliant stuff. But in the end, at the end of a dramatic game, it is South Africa 2, Morocco 1.
A pinch of deja vu for the Morocco side. Once again, they fall short. Once again, it's at the hands of South Africa. Last year, it was in the finals of the Girls' Championship. This year, it's in the third place and fourth place playoff. Ultimately, same result, same feeling, disappointment for Morocco. Jubilation once again for South Africa as they, defending champions, may not have defended their title, but they have surely defended their pride. Very good second half from the South African coach. A tad bit lucky there in terms of the penalty. We'll be taking a look at that. But what did you make of South Africa's performance in the third and fourth place playoff?
Yeah, Chico, they went into the half 1-0 down, Morocco leading. And they came out a much better team. I thought they tried to get the captain more on the ball. She scored both goals. And the main player, the number 8, she was a little bit better. And then it looked like they changed their tactic to 3-5-2, just to have more numbers up front, which is probably very clever of the coach to put more numbers up front. And it paid off in the end. They got the penalty and the goal, which was a nice strike from the number 7 from outside the box, similar to the number 8 strike. But again, good technique, again, showing the ability of the technical quality of individual players within the South African development ranks. And again, I have to criticize these parts, is the goal that we concede against South Africa. Another long shot, the goalkeeper doesn't carry it, catch it. We have to teach them there's two ways. You either catch it, or you hit it, or you parry it out. And that is what, at this age, needs to be taught. The very, very basics of football has to be implemented over and over and over again. So unlucky to the Moroccans, the same as last year, except that they were playing for 3 and 4. Today they come 4, South Africa comes 3. But I have to say again, protect the dream, because this is where it's made of.
Absolutely. Listen, just off your shot, it was happening. Now, South Africa, the team was walking around doing the celebrations, and the coach directed them, no, stop celebrating and go and congratulate the girls who you've just beaten. Some of them, the Moroccan girls, were in tears. They've been consoled by the South African side, so while they will have to go and teach them the basics, especially in terms of the goalkeeping, a few errors from both goalkeepers yesterday, one big one, nearly costly one for the goalkeeper today, well, ultimately, they have one thing right, and that is class and understanding and sportsmanship, and we're very proud of what we just saw. Just thought I'd let you in on it. Meanwhile, Gifty, tough result for Morocco to take, but entertaining football, at least as far as the second half goes.
Yeah, tough result for Morocco. I mean, it is always tough when you are leading and you end up losing the game. But these are kids, and per what we have seen today, the future of African football is beautiful, is great, it looks great. Coach was talking about the fact that the basis of the game and the basic principles of the game have to be instilled in them at this point, from a younger age, which is great, which is true, because from the South African goalkeeper, I wouldn't say it's a problem. I would just say she has not mastered the act of really gripping onto the ball. She has to be taught that, just like Coach said, you either catch it or you parry it away, which was some of the blunders she did yesterday in both two games. And today we saw her do again. She's young, she's just coming up, it's part of her development, and we would say she has not mastered it, and she should be taught how to grip the ball or have the principle of either grip it or let it go. On the other hand, I think all in all, it has been a beautiful game for both teams. Moroccans still kept their composure. They still expressed themselves a lot more on the ball, even though they were down by 2 goals to 1. The South Africans, they dug deeper. They changed something in the second half. Their style of play was the same, but the tactics changed. Me and Coach were talking about it before the kickoff. We saw the way they were standing, the way they had started to play, and you could tell that the coach had changed something, which was good. We made mention of the number 7 prior to the start of the game, but we figured she wasn't starting the game. She came on, beautiful sub.
We saw some great goals, by the way, in that second half. And ultimately, perhaps I'll just ask you guys as we wrap up this particular game, the 3rd and 4th place playoff, and turn our attention just a bit to the finals. Some positive for, well, I'll let you do Morocco, and Coach, I'll let you do South Africa. Positives to be picked from these two teams.
When I look at South Africa and I see what they brought here, and the coach, what she's done, how she's changed, how she's maintained certain procedures, then I say those who don't come back next year, those who stay, should carry the baton for the younger girls that's come in, and keep the coach to let her go one more tournament with this particular group of players, so that she can take the experience to the next crop of player that's coming. But at the same time, be aware, get someone to analyze all the games and identify what is missing in our team. For example, the running quality, the heading quality, the positioning when you accept, when you receive, when you pass, all those basics that I talk about has to be improved on more in order to be
all right, identify the gaps and fill them in. You have like 10, 15 seconds to pick a positive from Morocco.
The good thing about Morocco is the fact that the girls look very tactical, and then I think in all, just like Coach said, they would have to get trainees on body, the way the body works, perfecting how to run. It's not just having the stripes, it's a technique. They have to be taught how to run correctly with speed and all that. And I think in all, it's good for African football.
It is good for African football. What's even better is the finals. We have 2 games left on the roster. A first one is coming up next as we turn our attention to Uganda and the host nation, Ghana.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Oh,
Visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
No, they funny.
I can't hear. It's not coming. So call my phone. This one is not coming.
Passa. Vamos lá, ó. Aha. Boss, are you part of us? Come again. So please, yeah, help me.
I wanted to stand behind you.
No, I'll be behind you. I can't work with you. Voilà. And your faco. That I'm control. I got you.
to see what's that like.
Maria.
Okay. Who is taking the pressure?
Huh?
They've arrived. Sorry, my location is wrong.
Yes, Sam. Sam. Hello. Hello.
Okay, Charlie Moses, they are coming.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Shit. That's his stuff.
How are you? I'm well. So good to see you. So good. Very good, very good. That's the sports ministry. Yes, we are doing a wonderful meeting. Thank you so much. Very good. Very, very well. Tonight. Excellent.
So, we'll take him up. Okay. Then I'll wait. I'll come back. How are you?
Should we do it now?
Oh, they're here?
Yes, we do.
So they want what? They want to?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, they would ask for questions.
To you, President.
Oh, I thought they asked you the questions.
Okay, so we here? Oh, we are here. Here. President here.
I'm so proud of you. You are so special.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. So my name is Kitia, a participant in the Next Area Young Reporters Workshop. We must really appreciate the initiative and opportunity for this. And of course, Akaba to Ghana.
Akaba, absolutely. So, what is your question?
Okay, so why is it important for CAF to invest in developing young professionals off the pitch, like the reporters, the medics, and referees, and not just the players?
I think you know the answer more than I do, because you are just so special. We are so proud of the work that you do, and you represent the very best of Ghana, the very best of Africa, and your expertise and your skills and your exposure will contribute to the development and growth of football for girls and football for boys, and some of you may even make a future out of what you're currently doing. We have to make sure that in everything that you do, we always, the smartest and the brightest, who usually are the ones who work harder than all of us, will always do well, and the money should be quite good, and then you can live a life that allows you to be financially self-supporting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, my name is Clara. My question is, with the impressive turnout of teams from various countries, how does CAF plan to improve the infrastructure and support system for these young athletes moving forward?
Well, that's important. The infrastructure and facilities are important. So good to see you. Very good, very good. That's the sports ministry. Yes, very good. Wonderful meeting. Thank you so much. Very good. Very, very well. Excellent.
Everybody, Gwanda! Gwanda! Mama! Gwanda! Mama! Gwanda! Mama! Mama! All my ladies, I get the money, oh, okay. Oh, rock you, Sunday, till the morning, oh, Sunday, oh, na, 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 na. Oh, na, na, oh, na, 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 na. Oh, na, na, oh, na, 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 na. Oh, na, na, oh, na, 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 na. Thankful for all he has done. So me, I wanna have some fun. Steady rocking to the early man. Call your friends, them, make them come. Yes, I go see a star was fun. I'm a Dunkalian, come get some. I'm on the run. Enemies, them, fire ban. Pull a damn, they say, no man can go say, say, ale, ale, ale. I get the money,
Hey yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I used to call myself an ugly you, but I'm not even an ugly you. I'm a sexy you, you understand?
Girls in the mic, that man. Oh yeah, get.
Hello there, almost at the business end of this year's CAF African Schools Football Championship. A new name will be inscribed on the girls' trophy this evening in Accra as West African side Ghana takes on 2 times the CAF winners Uganda in this highly anticipated classic match at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And it's a peculiar story for the host debutant Ghana. It's a maiden appearance in the final, and the tagline of hosting and winning might just be written in the skies. What a story for these young girls, and the journey to this stage is absolutely remarkable. 4 win out of 4, and for Uganda themselves, it's already a big achievement for Coach Mwere and his girls after ending their 2 previous appearances at the group stage. Now they can dream of laying their hands on the trophy, which is truly a daunting task against the host nation Ghana. And you see the 2 of them taken to the field. Ghana clouded in their favorite colors, white, and for Uganda it is in that red and a touch of black short as we get ready for the 2 national anthem of these 2 countries.
Ladies and gentlemen,
these 3 have made it to the continental final of the African Schools Football Championship.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous tenir debout pour l'hymne national de l'Ouganda.
And now,
now
the
time to
national
take that of the host
anthem
nation
of
Ghana.
Ghana.
Et maintenant, l'hymne national du Ghana.
So there you've heard the national anthem of the host nation, Ghana. And all over the stands, you can see the flamboyant colors of green, red, and yellow with a black star in the middle of it. And it just tells you that we are getting ready for this hot business here in Ghana's capital, Accra, with temperatures around 32 degrees Celsius, precipitation around 63 kilometers per hour. As the two teams
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, thank you very much. As the atmosphere is well prepared for this big game. And Uganda, of course, will be looking to upset the host nation. Ghana finished third in Tanzania, lost 1-0 to Morocco in that painful defeat. Morocco themselves also outshined, I think, a few minutes ago by South Africa in that third place playoff this particular year. But it's a change of story. The team that finished third is now in the final. And in commentary position with me is legendary coach Sike Akono.
A very exciting game. Both teams are almost similar. They love to play physically very strong. I think that more of the mental toughness, the one who is able to do well in that area will carry the day. But with Ghana, you know, they love to switch play, and most of the time when they switch play, they are always take the opponent by surprise. Hopefully, more of those will come out.
Well, so interestingly, look at the starting lineup for Ghana in today's final against the Ugandan side. You've got a sighting back four of Hua, Kuma, Ruth, Adam, the ever-experienced skipper of the side who scored yesterday against South Africa. You've got Ashiaku, who have been shifted to the far right-hand side. In the middle is Pente, with Owusu dropped to the left-hand side. And on top is the top three, Azimpaga, Abbas, and Jennifer Oku, the ever-lethal striker for the Ghanaians. Now you talk about the Ugandan side. Skipper of the side, Aketongwa, will be playing from the far left-hand side with Belinda and Kaiden in the defensive centre-back position. Well, there we go for the first half. Uganda 0, Ghana 0, and this game on the coast of West Africa.
Well, I think Kuma has been dropped for Pete, and hopefully there must be a good reason for that. Of course, Ashiaku is always there, who has been very, very instrumental in terms of how they keep the ball and keep possession.
Well, let's see, here's Ghana's skipper. He's just 14 years of age. Adams. And it's in the center cycle at the moment. And you know the Ghanaians will have to take their time to correct the ball around, enjoy themselves. But once they're enjoying themselves, they need to put at the back of their mind these young ladies that Uganda is such a very, very talented side. And that's the Ghanaian player who stays on it. Step Christiana Ashiaku.
Yeah, Ashiaku is the main person. You know, she's been very, very good, like I said earlier on. Very instrumental in the way Ghana attack. When they are in possession too, she's also part of it.
You know, Uganda have been pushed back a bit as they erect their three ladies wall. As Ghana prepares for this free kick, wall laced into Uganda's box. A bit of confusion there. It's swept out. Poor kick from Daniel Abbas, but it stays within the penalty box. Yes, Hajara goes to the ground, and it's Uganda's skipper Akatongwa who fouls Ghana's number 2, Hajara Adam.
Adam has been very, very good. Every now and then she's ready to attack as a fullback.
Oh, just brushed off the ball. Akatongwa. What a skipper she's been for this young Ugandan side. So much quality in their rank and file. And it's Ghana who take this free kick. It's Pente, bent it in, looking for a white shot, couldn't reach it. Ghana on the edge, and it's counts of somebody. As Uganda will struggle again to tip it away. A bit of miscommunication there in Uganda's 18-yard, and it's finally out. Roasted down to the right-hand side. Adams. And the way these Ghanaians are taking time to just box the ball around themselves, enjoy the possession.
They love to do that. They do that, and that's good side of them. They're never afraid, like I've always said. You know, they want to play, and that's what they're doing.
Well, 3 minutes already into the first 20 minutes, and it stays even. It's been a very, very exciting start for Uganda as far as their campaign to this stage is concerned. Beats South Africa by goal to 0 on match day 1. And that lap may go for Grace Awino, separating the two sides. Also managed to beat the Gambia by 3 goals to 0. Nabukira scoring a brace, as well as Camino. Equally managing to once again find her name on the score sheet. And on match day 3, it was another masterpiece from Uganda when they trashed and annihilated the DRC by 3 goals to 0. With the lady in the 8th, Masaka, Namasaraku, and Grace Kawino once again making that happen for them. And in the semi-final, beating Morocco by 2 goals to 0. And it's the skipper Giovanna Akatongwa and Namasaruka giving them that top edge ahead of Morocco. Yes, Ghana will allowed to attack from the right-hand side. And the flag is already up, as Daniel Abbas couldn't really run into that channel.
Of course, Lillian, who has been also very instrumental in the way...
well, hold on a bit. But a big man is here. Ghana's first gentleman has just taken a walk into the University of Ghana Sports Stadium.
That's wonderful.
Absolutely.
He's showing his presence. It's very, very good. I was talking of Lillian in the number 11 shirt from Uganda, who has been also very, very good in this tournament, has shown a lot of qualities, and she is a bright future for Ugandan football as far as the female football is concerned.
Oh, yes, Akatongwa will have to bend it in, but ricochets off Ghana's centre back, but looks to be the lady in the number 13 shirt as in Paga, but for the moment that was Akatongwa.
She loves going forward, isn't she?
Absolutely.
Loves going forward and gives a lot of options in attacking area.
Loves to overrun her line. He's such a very, very dangerous player. You need to ensure that she's one of the stars in this Ugandan side, but a switch of play to the far right-hand side. Got Ghana living dangerously in their own territory. I just spoke about this. Oh, misses narrowly. Ghana giving the first red-hot alert. And it's the new goalkeeper in the 19 jersey that nearly gave Uganda the first lead. Precious Akangwe.
She needed to decide on time. She wasted too long. And of course, the Ugandans came with a lot of pressure, and she almost got it.
Absolutely. So he just needs to be a bit careful. She's just a very young talent, just completed JHS. In Sunday, but here's Ghana flashing that one wide. I was talking about the goalkeeper Precious Akangwe. Completed JHS back in Sunday in Ghana. Scouted and will be starting a professional career with Haxafolk ladies side called Oak Ladies, which is also managed by the evergreen Mesitego.
Oh, I see.
But Ghana's got to be very careful with this Ugandan side. Quality all around the flanks.
Both teams have got almost the same quality, like I said. And Uganda seem to press a lot. When they get a sign of pressing, they do it with the leader, Lydian, who has also been very, very good.
So Aketongwe hails from Gulu in the northern Uganda, captain this team for the regional qualifiers. Just took that throw. Nabukira, here she is coming on in. Lillian Nabukira. And she is a player you've got to really, really keep your eyes stuck onto. 2 goals for her so far in this tournament.
Of course, she's got the energy to run back and to run forward. And of course, when they're attacking, it's always linked up with her.
That's the Ghanaian side trying to brace forward again. It's a big chance. Here is the lady. Oh, she blasted wide. Azib Paga scored yesterday but fails to hit Ghana's opener against Uganda, coach.
That was an intelligent move. The pass was put ahead of her. She just needed to be composed a bit to place it well. This is not about power, it's about intelligence, putting the ball at the right place.
Just ballon the ball even beyond the roof of the net. But that's quite promising from the Ghanaians, isn't it?
It is.
And Ghana still in lots of possession in this particular half. Seeing most of the ball, but when they reach the final third, that is where they seem to be lacking a lot of ideas.
Uganda, as usual, also love to keep the ball. They love to also play, just like Ghana. Ghana might be a little bit ahead of them in terms of possession.
Well, it should be back to Uganda's box. And Amawaya picks it up. No trouble spilling for this goalkeeper. What a play she's been for Uganda so far. What's his kept 4 clean sheets so far in the tournament? Kept 3 against Morocco, South Africa and the Gambia. Mayumuna Namwaya. And the rain's already showering in Ghana's capital. Big blessing for this CAF African Schools Football Championship. Oh, Ghana. Oh, lots to attack, but it's Christiana Siaku. plays for Fort Portal. Scored 3 goals in this championship against South Africa, Gambia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Came in from the bench in all games, but starting today's game.
One of the games she came in and then her first touch was a goal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ghana would have to deal with this free kick. Yes, Akatongwa. And they'll be pushed back into their defensive cell. And they'll struggle to keep it on the turf. It's out for Ghana's throwing advantage.
I have to admit, in Tanzania, Uganda came as bronze medalists. And today, they are finalists. I think that's a very, very good work from their progression. From one end, they've moved to another end, which is very, very positive for them.
Ball lost painfully to Morocco by goal to nil to finish that. But just look at it. Slick touch there from Daniel Abbas. And you can see the ground is a bit slippery at the moment.
Of course, because of the rain as well. Yeah.
But that won't deter this flowing game here. Power drive from outside of the 18 yard, 40 yards out. And Mwaya has not got anything to do about it because he's far away from her territory. What is important that we speak about this initiative of the CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe, who have invested hugely $10 million into this project from the Motsepe Foundation.
It is indeed a dream come true. I mean, this is a very big initiative, and I think in few years to come, the end result will be very, very, very good.
Belinda driving it out. I was trying to pick here. Colleagues couldn't pick, but it's Ghana's Pente who drive it to the left-hand side, drifting into the edge of the 18-yard. Beautiful dummy. That's a big push there. And the referee, you have none of that, feels that Ghana's number 13 went down too easily. That's Zimpaga. Watch it again.
Well, that was a good defensive work from the captain.
Akatongwa got a lot of options, decides to hit it back into her box. Ghana now struggling to even have a touch on the ball in the last 2 minutes. Kirenga, and it's out for the host nation to see if they can send a long one into Uganda's technical area. Just what Uganda's technical area. Coach Mwere is still on the pitch, same for Joyce Boateng in Ghana's technical area.
Yeah, of course. Busy instructing the girls what to do. Obviously, she must be a bit stressed.
Pass, that's a lovely pass there, but lost everybody. Ghana, big opportunity. Blasted wide is Akatongwa with a light fire for Uganda at the back. Ghana running right down the right-hand side. And there's skippers. Adams, ball have been brushed off her feet.
Adam has been very, very effective in the way she goes forward and the way the team also attacks. Most of the time, she's the one who can do that switch play from one end to another. And every now and then when they do that, they take the opponent by surprise. In their previous games, we've seen it severally.
Well, just look at it. The minute the flag went up to hot Ghana's attacking tension. Well, you can see Zimpaga signaling that the rain is just too much for her. And it's a bit understandable. Some of them have never played under this condition before.
No, this is, and of course, it's a big moment for them. Now that they're even in finals, it gives them a lot of energy, a lot of morale, belief that they can make it. Both teams, I mean.
Well, watching world, if you, in case you've just joined us, live coverage of this year's 3rd edition of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. We've seen 2 games already, with host nation Ghana in the male category beating Uganda by 2 goals to 1. We also saw South Africa also winning by beating Morocco in that very, very exciting match. And here is the final for the females category. Ghana hits down the right-hand side. Christiana Shiaku against Aketongwa. Can she get into the ball? Lovely idea. Oh, the skipper for Ghana's under 15 side and even under 17 side.
Uganda is really defending very well. Even though Ghana is a bit in control of the game in terms of possession, but they have been disciplined. They've dropped back quickly when it's necessary.
It's a lovely attempt from outside of the 18-yard. And Namawaya will pick it up. Namawaya for Uganda. What a goalkeeper she's been as the race continue to bless these fans who are really, really enjoying themselves in the stands. 18-minute play with less than 2 minutes left in this first half period. And it should be Uganda's free kick. And guess who is Nabukira, who went down. Unless to slide that one hugely in favor of Uganda.
Of course, Linian got the ball on time and Ashiaku was a bit late.
Well, Ghana were out to defend. Roasted down to the far left-hand side. And the home team in this particular fixture, Uganda, have not really sat on their loins in this game at all. They've been very, very positive in terms of taking the game to Ghana. Trying to draw the Ghanaians out of their shell to see if they can find a bit of space behind them. Ashiaku.
Ashiaku is so good.
Yes, Bente. Back to Ashiaku, the midfield general. I think Paga. Well, it tells you she's a real leader.
Yeah, of course.
Someone who captained the national under 15 side when they won the Waffle B. Have been the skipper for the national under 17 side. Travel with the team to Malta and even scored in the final. Tells you her pedigree.
Of course.
20 minutes is up.
A captain is always a captain, isn't it?
Absolutely, whether you are even without the armband. Well, so that ends it. First 20 minutes. It's even Ghana and Uganda. What a game we've seen so far.
It has been interesting how they've all played. I think they've done well tactically. And of course, Ghana being the home nation, I've had a little bit of edge over Uganda. But Uganda have done well. I mean, the likes of Lydian and the rest who are trying to manage the pressure from Ghana and attacking forward.
Well, so there you see it. It's Daniel Abbas walking off. Quality player as the rain continues to rain over the 10,000 capacity University of Ghana Sports Stadium. But Uganda, they'll thank God at least for being able to withhold the Ghanaians who got a lot of attacking machinery. Half time, Uganda 0, Ghana 0.
Accra is pouring, but not pouring goals, at least not in the first half. The fans have turned out to support the Ghanaian side that made it to the final following a good performance, conceding just one goal in their entire campaign. That goal to South Africa as they won that game 3-0, defeating the likes of Morocco, Malawi and Benin in the process. Meanwhile, their opponents for the day, Uganda, have also been sensational at the back. They can weather the storm because they can weather the attack that comes along with any opponent thrown at them. They face South Africa, Gambia, DRC and Morocco. No one has been able to find the back of the net against this Uganda side. Solid at the back and going forward, one of the best teams in the tournament, scoring 9 goals. So here we go, 2 fantastic teams going forward, decent at the back, second only in attack to South Africa, who were the best attacking team in the tournament. But ultimately, defensively, South Africa couldn't do enough to get here. So now we're left with Uganda and we're left with the home nation, Ghana. Man, you didn't tell me Accra, Gifty, could pour like this.
No, you brought the range. You guys brought the range. I'm not even kidding, because we haven't had the range in a long time. You brought the range.
Well, with the great football and the future of Africa in the hands of the youth, the girls we're seeing, no wonder the showers of blessing are pouring down. What did you make of that first half, Coach?
Yeah, it started off well, and then we had the rain and the wind that disrupted the tactics. So really the entail of the first half was a bit of a scrappy affair, I think. But both teams came out. They're defending well. Although I think Ghana has had the better opportunities going forward, they've had. But again, our favorite players that we've been watching through the tournament, the number 8 of Uganda, the number 11 of Uganda, the number 20 that has a nickname, I think, of one of the famous players as far as the girls are concerned.
Kudus.
For Ghana, they haven't been on the ball too long because of the weather. Hopefully the weather subsides now, and we have a better technical and tactical second half.
All right, so why don't we just take a look at the road to the finals. I've walked you through 9 goals scored by this Uganda side, and it was a case of 7 goals scored by their opponents of the day, the host nation Ghana. Ghana, however, cannot claim impenetrability at the back. They've conceded just 1 goal at the hands of the defending champion, South Africa, so that's not too bad, not too harsh. However, their opponents, Uganda, also faced South Africa, that one in the group stages, and Uganda have not conceded in all their matches. No one can find the back of the net against them, and halfway through this game, neither can the host nation, who have been decent going forward. So what changes for you, Gifty?
I think, just like Coach said, the rain has really disrupted the tactical play of the teams. But nonetheless, the girls have kept their composure. They have tried their hardest to control the ball as much as possible. Ghana has had a better part of the first half with a lot of possession, with a bigger percentage of the possession. They just will have to keep their composure in the final third and then get the goals, because this is football and we have seen it happen in the previous games. You get all the chances, you don't take them, and your opponents get one and you are down, and you would have to now dig deeper. So I think the girls just have to keep their composure in front of the goals, because if they did that, we could have had about 2 goals by now.
Azimpaga, one of the players who had an opportunity for the host nation Ghana from that right flank. And as you watch the highlights of that particular game, Coach, what changes if you are on the touchline for you?
For me, what changes, again, I'm going back to the development of this particular tournament. And these are part of the God's environment that we need to teach the players to play in. The game should not change because of the weather, but because we, as developers, tend to stop the game during this time of development. We need to allow and to let our players grow even in this type of weather, so that we still see the good football. But what I change in this game is I say the ground is going to be a lot slippery. You've got to be more comfortable on the ball to hold it. You've got to space for each other, keep the tactics as they are, and take your chances like Gifty said. Take them when they come.
I remind you of the precedent the presence of
all right,
the President of the
very quickly, I'm
Republic of
hearing
Ghana,
in the announcement came here, we will be experiencing the second half in just a bit. But Kumar, the girl in jersey number 20 for Ghana, Gifty, has been sensational in that midfield, containing every team, moving back and also helping in attack. It seems like she's been silenced today.
Yes, she has
contained,
been.
I should say. She seems to have been contained today. Number 20, Kumar.
Yes, number 20, she's playing more of a holding midfield role today. And then from the look of things, for the first half, she's a lot more concentrating on doing defensive duties rather than joining the attack like we saw in the previous games. Today, she's only trying to disrupt play for the opponent team, which so far she's doing okay, but we would love to see her be the number 20 we've always seen. Control the ball, give those decisive passes, and let the game flow.
Absolutely. Well, that game and the flow is coming up. 20 minutes separating one of these two teams and their hands on that trophy. Second half is coming up. I see the young referees are already there. Let's join the action.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half department of the game between Ghana and Uganda. What a final it has been so far in the last 20 minutes. End-to-end stuff. And this Presec Legon boys cannot just have their joy. Precious Saki Gori in enjoying a second game of the tournament after she was rested in the previous one for Suleiman to come in. And there we go for the second half. Ghana 0, Uganda 0.
Of course, I think the rain has not favored positive play, but indeed, both teams have managed to do well in this situation.
Well, it's Uganda's advantage to defend. Whilst Ghana will try to attack from the far side with their throwing set bits. Visibility becoming a bit difficult with the rain still really raining cats and dogs all over Accra. But Ghana is with a long throw-in brought out. Katie, Ghana brushing their way through. But the referee, she's got other ideas. Seems to have come a bit of her.
She stood on their way, their pathway, and they have to stop the game.
Yes, Ghana on the right foot. Daniel Abbas. Still Daniel Abbas got down in the penalty box, but the referee will have none of that. Great decision from this young referee.
It seems like it was going to be a penalty, but indeed I think the referee was in control of the situation.
Also, there we see Archie. Rather kidding, getting into the book of the referee. Just slide off a marker.
Yeah. Ashiako has also been very good.
Well, that's a confirmation by you. I bet action getting into the referee's wrong book. As Ghana prepares to take this free kick. 25 years out, lovely hit, but it's just too rising high to the caps below the crossbar.
This is the same situation from Adam, I think, and she tried yesterday. She was able to succeed it. Today, no. But it was always, you have to have the courage to make that attempt. You know.
It's Radha Quente who took it, not the skipper.
Okay, oh, okay, yeah.
Just driving it with a bit of power and a bit of force. As Uganda will regroup Oliver from the back. Kawino, she's been silent in today's game. She's been a super sub, absolutely incredible player. More than 2 goals to her credit in this competition.
In these few minutes of the second half, I think Ghana have managed to keep Uganda in their own half. A bit of pressure from the Ghana team.
Well, let's see if Ghana can contain the pressure of this ruthless Uganda side that have scored so many goals en route to this stage. Trust DRC by 3 goals to 0. Added South Africa to that list. Daniel not making a marker. It's still Daniel Abbas goes to the ground. The referee says that is too feeble for a touch. And waves on play. But that'll be a bit of concern from Ghana's technical area. Who felt that should have gone away of the ladies in the white shirt.
Uganda have managed to really put a stop to the Ghana style of playing, but they've also been able to go forward. It's a clear foul.
It's a strong challenge on Nakasaka for Uganda. What a player she's also been in this tournament. Uganda running riot up front. Precious. Akangwe spills it, but managed to keep it for the second time. And it's a bit understandable. It's a very slippery ground at the moment.
Exactly. So there's no wrong in trying that. That long-range shots can go in favor of you.
But it's a very nervy moment from the whole fans who are just stuck onto the activity cell all over the country. As Uganda continues to press forward, but not the best of shot. Yes, Jennifer Oku here to find a dribbling boots this evening. It's been Uganda's showmanship in the last 3 minutes. Yes, Ruth. Uganda in possession. Lifted deep. And Precious is ever present to just pick it up. No troubles for this young Ghanaian goalkeeper. Interestingly, I mean, a JHS student. She just finished this year. She's already enjoying this level of football at a continental level. As Ghana is drawing closer. Christiana Hiaku, the midfield general for Ghana, dazzling her way through this red shirt. This is a big opportunity. Bente, are you seeing? What a strike for Ghana! Bring it on! And it's the lady in the t-shirt, Belinda Bente. And the host nation jubilated. The stands absolutely crazy.
Ashiaku did the job, all the job, and making sure Bente got the necessary pass, and Bente being clever as well, also very timely of how she was going to shoot, got the angle very right, put it there, one ahead of Uganda.
What you've got just to watch that again. Watch it.
Like I said, Shiaku did all the job, you know. Fake, like she was going on attack, brought it back, a very good pass to Bente, good control, and a very good finish.
Look at the 10. Absolutely. What class. Very neat dribbling skills there, but just find the lady in the 10 in that sweet space, plenty space there, and she just struck in. Ghana taking the needed advantage at the moment. Scoreline Ghana 1, Uganda 0, and it's game on. And let's see if the Kampala ladies can chase this Ghanaian side.
Even in this difficult weather, they're still trying to play, both teams. They're still trying, and that is very, very good.
You've got to let's speak to a few words on the touchline from Were to her ladies, especially that lady in the number 11 jersey, Nabukira. She's been absolutely absent in today's game, as well as Nasaka in the 8th jersey. I'm here to really see much of the skipper on the side, Aketongwa.
Well, she is more of a fullback who loves to attack, and she's not been able to do that.
But it's Uganda's free kick. The lady who was speaking about a moment ago just lays a hot one into the box. Nabukira turns it away, and it's brushed off by Kuma. Ghana giving the Ugandans a lot of space now. There's Nasaka. Oh, lovely play there. Uganda on the right foot. This is a bit scrappy, and it's Precious Akangwe who stops it. What a live wire for the host nation. But Uganda will keep on pressing. And she went down. Finally, the skipper on the side. And you can see the goal scorer just telling of her innocence on that occasion. Bente
Ghana is doing well in how they defend. You know, of course, Uganda is also coming, making sure you can see from the captain who is attacking from the Ugandan side on the left wing. But they've been able to restructure themselves very well in terms of how to defend with the Ghana team.
Well, it's the Moroccan referee, Nihal Al-Soufri, who is doing so well. But this is the strike that gave Ghana that needed advantage a few minutes ago. Nasaka. Uganda trying to cut open Ghana's defensive area. That's a big work. Ghana trying to chase it. Daniel Abbas has it. She's driving forward. Daniel Abbas! And it's 2 for Ghana. Bring it on, Accra. Bring it on. The entire leg on. Ghana's party cannot be halted by Uganda. Oh, jittery moment for the Ugandan defense. And Ghana's leading markswoman have just passed on it.
Of course, that was a mistake from the defender, but what Abbas did intelligently by keeping her composure, getting into the box probably at the right time, and she put the ball at the right place.
Just
that was a good one.
Namawaya. She couldn't just stop it, but that was a defensive blunder. Or maybe perhaps took too much time to just tap it out for a throwing advantage, but decides to keep it on the turf. And at the end, they would have to chase it twice in a row. And she celebrates in the rings. Precious moment. So that's Daniel Abbas, the goal scorer.
For a striker, when you look for the opportunities like that.
Ghana 2, Uganda 0.
For a striker, when you look for opportunities like that, and if it comes your way, you need to make use of it, and that's what she's done.
Well, Uganda might just get something under their sleeve in side netting. And it's Grace Kawino who maintained this evening. Well, she's been a super sub. Unfortunately, she's starting today's game. Very fantastic campaign for her with more than 2 goals already in this competition. Tells you of her pedigree. Well, we might just be having trouble here as Koa is struggling to stay on her feet. Ghana's left back. Maybe Skoa.
Talking of Kawino, she's also not had a chance, you know, how in her previous games that they've put the ball ahead of her to run and attack. She's not had a chance, obviously, because Ghana have had majority of the ball more than the Ugandans.
Oh, but she's good to continue with the game, and she's back. You don't miss such a moment. But we are seeing a change. Azim Paga is up, and ever green, ever skillful Kisiwa is in, as well as Rahama also being introduced as well. So it's a double dose for Ghana. 32 minutes, Uganda trying to pass the ball around, but they fumbled once again on their way. Kisiwa, first actions coming in. She goes down very waistward advantage. Grace Awino, Precious Akangwe arrives and she makes a firm catch of that. Well, seems to be a better version of what we saw yesterday from Zuleyha Suleiman, who was absolutely quite shocking up out of west to describe her performance yesterday.
In this situation, you have to be very, very tight of how you come out. Sometimes you could be deceived by the slippery of the field.
Yes, Grace Carino showing a bit of what she's got under her sleeve, a bit of skill. Nasaka running out of options. And you can see all over the field is becoming a bit waterlogged at the moment. 7 minutes more. And the debutants are just eyeing their first continental silverware on home soil. Let's look at that circumstance again. You can see the sheer show of strength there between Masaka.
Yeah, this is a battle. They are all showing their physical presence.
Ball delivered into the channel. Here's Grace Kawino. It's a very narrow space, but she's got a bit of option in Kaden. Lovely play from the lady in the 13 shot, but forced to nobody.
What is happening with Ghana?
Brush it off.
They've been smart in the way they've defended so far. Most of the time you can see they drop back and to be able to defend very well as a team.
Well, looks like she might have picked up a knock in the process. Not the best official expression. This has just been a very difficult game. But they've got a free kick for all the hard work. And you can see lots of red shirt behind that ball. It's a bit slippery. But you've got to be very careful at the moment if you're a goalkeeper.
Exactly.
But equally need to the presence of the defense at least to always be around the goalkeeper. Anytime the ball is hit long from outside the 18-yard, anytime it spills over, you can just be sure that you've got someone to lash it away. That was a free kick.
The moment the ball goes in the end and drops, it's always dangerous. All the time. That is why it's important to be very, very, very careful. Either goalkeeping department or in the playing department.
Also, the clock was taking a bit as we attend to some of the players on the field. But here on our screen, one of the three biggest men in Africa at the moment. That is CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe, the visionary behind this idea. Ghana's first gentleman. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama at his left-hand side, together with Ghana Football Association President Kati Yesukreko, who have just been elected to that big position in CAF.
Well, congrats to him. I mean, it's very motivating and inspiring to see the leaders themselves around to watch the kids.
Oh, that is the moment Ghana took the lead through Daniel Abbas. Pushed it so hard into beat Namawaya. Second goal for that matter. Absolute sublime finish. And we've also got some legends in the VIP stands as well, the likes of Tony Bafo in your shot. Ghana's goalkeeper's trainer, Fatal Dauda.
Fatal Dauda, Atram, Stephen Apia is also there as well. So it's good. I mean, a lot of good faces. Very, very encouraging.
The men who make their game tick in Ghana are ever present here. If you have the first gentleman around, it tells you that everything is sorted. Well, it's a bit of time to pause and rethink.
Abbas was clever in the way he scored. She scored the second goal, right?
Absolutely. Uganda will bring it up. 3 minutes left on the clock. Uwusu drops it deep. Here's Ruth, needs to be careful. Here's Koa, who loves to take her time most of the time, and this is not the moment to do that. I beg your pardon.
I understand, but I mean, it's interesting how patient they are to keep the ball at a time when you know this is difficult. This is a very bad weather, but still they want to pass and play.
Also, Kerenga is off for Mugutimo to come in. The lady in the trick jersey have just been brought inside by Coach Nwere. And let's see the depths you add to this. You got on the side that is already trailing by 2-0. It's a bit of temporary hold up. There's to be a bit of misunderstanding there. So the Moroccan referee, Nihal Sofri, flashes out a yellow card to Ghana's coach, I guess, Joyce Boateng. A bit,
she said something that the referee didn't like. So.
But talk about the officials, these young referees who are in charge of this final. Absolutely, you need to give credit to CAF for the idea.
Of course, this is a way of bringing everybody up. Everybody has to make the necessary effort.
Well, hold on a minute, coach. It's Ghana walking into Uganda's boss. Awoku, Ashiaku, oh, nearly blocked there. Clever defensive work. But Kuma has got a shot coming up there, and it spills, but Namawaya picks it up. No troubles for Uganda. 39 minutes. And time is really, really running out for the bronze medalist in the previous year. But maybe it's a better performance. At least they've got a silver to go with. But it's always good, better, best.
Exactly. I mean, with Ghana has been able to play with a lot of understanding. I'm talking of the girls, how they've performed from the beginning of this tournament till now. I think they deserve. They've shown good quality. They've shown that there is more hope for the future. With Uganda, they've never let themselves down. They've kept their composure and play. And sometimes they do a little bit less on attack, and that is what has been the problem so far.
Well, picking very significant information. Looks like a player of the competition for girls is Ghana's number 11, Jennifer Wuku. But Bente is off. And Mabel Joe is just coming in to have the last share of this Ghana sweet victory. Jennifer Wuku have been elected player of the tournament for the girls category.
Okay.
And that's the confirmation of substitution for you. With Doe being introduced by coach Joyce Boateng. Kisiwa, lovely display from the diminutive player. Lovely footwork, forcing Belinda. And it's way beyond the sideline. 40 minutes is up, and we're almost about hitting 1 minute. But of course, it's understandable. We've seen so many times wasted, especially when goalkeeper
went down.
Precious Akangwe stays on the tail for so long. So that obviously impacting the time. Here's Adam. Yesterday, led by example, that slick footwork. But Uganda will recover. Akatongwa is brought back into Uganda's half. Here's Doe with the first assist coming in. Mary Kuma and the Moroccan referee, Nihal Sofri, whistles in favor of Ghana. Complete dismantling in the second half department. Owusu. Kuma gives the ball away. Nasaka chasing it. But it's Mate who arrives first. Turn it into the channel. And here Uganda will have to attack for the last. Oh, unfortunately, he couldn't run through that narrow space. But he back the possession on the far left-hand side. That is Adams giving Mungo Timo a very, very tough time down the far left-hand side.
I think the number 11 share, the linen of the Ugandan side have been very, very quiet today.
Hold on a minute, coach. It's all over. Ghana, continental champions for the first time as debutant. 2 important goals from Daniel Abbas. And the early on coming from the lady with all the quality, Bente. And you can see the confirmation of the player of the competition for you, Jennifer Wuku, on your screens. Scored very, very important goals for Ghana. did it against South Africa. And even on opening match day,
yeah, they've
also done it against
they've always managed
Morocco.
to put her through. She scored brilliant goals. She's done so well for herself. Yeah, they have to celebrate their coach.
Oh, celebration gala at the moment for the host nation. There's joy upon joy. And even for the stand, the race did not really deter them from coming in their numbers to support these girls. But for Uganda, what a campaign they've had. Take nothing away from them. Coach Mwere side. Well, there you have it. It's full time at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Uganda 0, Ghana 2.
Champion Africa. Uganda will be walking off the pitch, so near yet so far, far from home and far from winning the championship. They have been outclassed, outscored, but they will be taking home some lessons. These girls are resilient and they are the future, and the future has to learn that you win some and you lose some. Meanwhile, as you can hear from the stands and you can see from the colors in the stands, Ghana's flag is being flown high. The celebrations are expected and well earned to the Ghanaian girls. They are the new champions of the Africa Schools Football Championships right here at home. In 2025, they have etched their names into the history. Congratulations not only to them and Ghana as a whole, congratulations to you, Gifty. I know you're just containing yourself from celebration.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's exciting to watch the girls play the way they did. And then, I mean, being the host country, plus they are debutants of the tournament. And then to win it on home ground is beautiful. It's exciting to be here today. Apart from the fact that Ghana won, I just want to say kudos to the Ugandans. The Ghanaians were playing the typical African style of play, keep the ball with a flair, just entertain the audience and have fun. But the Ugandans also kept their composure when it came to their defensive duties. They did great. They were robust at the defense. The number 6, their captain, girl has a lot of power. She was fearless. And if we get to see this kind of attributes in these players at this age, it only tells you that African football has a very beautiful, a very bright future. I am excited for the women's side because I see these girls, you don't usually get such opportunities. So to have Calf, Patrice make this thing happen, especially for the girls, it really gladdens my heart to see that.
And they did it in front of their president, their nation's president. I'm sure he'll be extremely proud of what the girls did. Meanwhile, he's with the CAF president, who'll be extremely proud of what this competition and this program and this platform is doing for the future of African football. For Uganda, Grace Kawino struggled to be brought into the game. Uganda struggling in that one. But when it comes to Ghana, Belinda Kipteni, Penti, and of course, Abbas, those two, the upper backbone of this Ghanaian side, finding the back of the net and finding the back of the net in style, Coach.
Yeah, Chico, I think, there was a lady that was standing next to me and she was actually dancing. So I first of all want to congratulate the little Black Queens. I think they've done a good job. When I look at the way they scored their goals, fantastic goals. The first one, she really does a good dribble on the right-hand side, plays the ball across, and when they take their first touch, it's goal when you see the first touch. The second goal, just as clinical. Really good. But like we've been saying the whole tournament, this is about development. It's not about winning. Everybody wins. And when I say everybody wins, Ghana's got to take whatever they lost today, as far as football is concerned, But take the winning mentality away. They probably came with young coaches. They probably came with young players. They came with young physios. Take that is what you won at this tournament. And then, of course, last but not least, you got to say again, Project Dream is whoever developed it at CAF has to get 150% thank yous for allowing the children of Africa to develop from this young age.
Absolutely. The coach, who is one of the most well-known coaches across Africa, coaching some of the big clubs like Al Ahly, Mamelodi Sundowns, beating the likes of Pellegrini with Manchester City, playing against Barcelona. This man knows his football, and he is taking his cap off for CAF and congratulating them for this platform and allowing us to protect the dream, but to keep the dream alive. And the dream just got juicier for one Jennifer Awuku, because she has been chosen as the player of the tournament. She was jersey number 11 for the Ghanaian side. She has been sensational throughout. May not have found the back of the net today, but she was instrumental in every step of the way and has seen her team, who conceded just one goal going into this final, score 2 against a team that had not conceded coming into this final, Uganda. What a turn of fortunes. What a great appreciation and award for Jennifer Awuku.
She has been great. She has really kept her grounds. And I think what's really beautiful about her play is the fact that you could tell from her play that she is playing to the instructions of the coach. She is executing what has been practiced at the training grounds, what she has been taught to do by the coach. And then, I mean, with her own talent and with her own ability, she's been able to execute what the coach really wants them to do at the field. And I mean, if you have a player who is coachable, every coach would want to have players like that on the field. Some players are not coachable. In her case, you could tell she has a pattern of play, and given the role, she can do whatever you want her to do, so long as you give her the right instructions to do. And then at this age, that is all you would want a player to have.
All right, those are the thoughts of a former player for Ghana, a player that should probably still be playing. In my books, I'll never tire of saying that. Gifty Apia. We've been also hearing the thoughts of Coach Kevin Johnson, and we'll be back with both of them as we build up to the final of the Boys Championships. Defending champions Tanzania have quite the work to do against the team that they faced at the opening day of this championship, Senegal.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Welcome back. Now we are left with just 2 teams. It is Tanzania, the defending champions, the only defending champion that has made it to the final and with a realistic chance of actually retaining this trophy. They, however, are going up against a side that pushed them to the very end of their first match, the opening match of their group, 1-1 between Tanzania and this Senegalese side. 2 players stood out, both from midfield, both leaders. Fire for Senegal, equalizing in the second half. Meanwhile, in the first half, it was Noordin, Tanzania's captain, number 6. Both players will be keeping an eye out on them. And now the excitement moves from the boys' championship to the girls' coach. From the girls' championship to the boys' coach.
Yes. For me, I think Tanzania showed consistency after that first game. They really came out. They took Ghana to the line, because that was Ghana versus Tanzania, right? And they took Ghana to the line, and they won it in the end. So they were really showing that as Tanzania, we've moved on from last year. We've brought a new team. Some of them might have been here last year, but we brought a new team, and we know more or less how to play this competition. That's all. But that's as far as football's concerned. But then again, you've got to give them credit for going last year, winning the tournament and coming back this year and defending it. I don't know what the tactics were like last year, what the whole setup was like last year, but from what we analyzed from just watching the games, they are very organized in going forward, and the number 6 you talk about is their captain, and he leads from the front. So we expect a good team, a good game from them. Yes, they are playing the Senegalese. Were they last year in the tournament? I think they were in the tournament last year. So they also know what it is to lose this tournament. So they're going to come here and say, you know what, when we go back to Senegal, we are going back with a trophy. So I'm expecting a good game, but with the conditions, and the pitch looks a little bit waterlogged in certain areas. Maybe it will start off a little bit scrappy until they feel the ball and understand the bounce of the ball. So let's see what happens in the game.
Well, we're about to see them walk off, so let's quickly run you through some of the goals that we saw last time they met. It was a 1-1 draw. Nurdin, the man of the moment for this Tanzania side, finding the back of the net in the first half, and then boom, the equalizer was always going to come and fire. The man who came to this tournament, having been the star of the moment and the Golden Boot winner, qualifying for this event, actually equalizing and going on to perform exceptionally well for Senegal, ensuring that they find themselves 40 minutes away
the national
to victory.
Of Senegal.
You can see there, it is almost time. You can hear that. So we are going to hand you over to our commentary team of CK Akano, and led by the one and only Kwao Victor, as they walk us through the final. Africa, the moment has come. Tanzania, Senegal, space and opportunity between them. Let's find out what happens.
Well, a very good evening to you, watching world, and thank you very much for joining us here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. We are the epicenter of one of Ghana's oldest educational legacies, University of Ghana, established back in 1948, as we count down to the men's final of the 10th edition of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. A Senegal West African Giants taking on East African side, defending champions Tanzania, who won its own home soil against Guinea. We'll take nothing away from this fixture. History on the line for Tanzania to become record winners, and for Senegal, a first continental trophy at this level and age category is on the line as the two teams take onto the field. Senegal coming through the left tunnel and will probably be in their favorite white colors. But for the defending champions Tanzania, they are always dressed in that lovely color, blue top and black short. As we looking to have the national anthem for both teams. You can see the stadium is also filling to capacity, and we are likely to have that forfeit for Tanzania first, I guess, before we head over to Senegal. Or so we go for Senegal instead first.
And now,
Well,
the
not
national
trying to receive
anthem
that for
of
Tanzania.
Tanzania.
Et maintenant, l'hymne national de la Tanzanie.
Oh, so there we have the national anthem of the two teams as the stage pleasantries.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, so we'll get to see the man who made the difference for Tanzania back in Zanzibar. The man in the 10 jersey. Here on your screen. But let's take Senegal starting lineup first. You've got to see Sa, Dabo, Dalo, Chio, Faye, Mamahet, Barakai, and many others will be in Senegal starting lineup. Head coach Ousmane Diop in your shop. And for Tanzania, this man, Joseph Pawasa is in there. So Mayalezi will be starting between the two sticks for Tanzania. You've got Farijala, Masasila, and Cyprus staff. Hemed is also in the fray as well. And on top of that, Tanzania attacking threat will be Saddam Nurdin, and of course the ever-present Samson, a player that Senegal needs to keep an eye on. And there we go for the first 20 minutes in this fixture. Well, confirmation of a scoreline for you at the moment. And once more, I have the legendary Siki Akuno with me in commentary position.
Well, I think Senegal have done so well to get this far. They've played very good football. They've shown flair of the way they want to play. Faye, who has been very also instrumental in their attacking line, has done so well. With Tanzania, they've been very, very disciplined. After their first match, they improved tactically how they've been able to organize themselves, and they've made it every time difficult for any opponent.
Well, so the men in white who are kicking from left to right, Senegal, whilst the defending champions Tanzania, clouded in their favorite blue color, is kicking from right to left in your shots, and the ball is already tipped out for throwing advantage to Tanzania. Watch it again. Double fails to keep it on the tap.
Of course, because of the field, they will not have the challenge of keeping the ball, and I assume to have a lot of counter-attack situations in this game, and a lot will depend on the goalkeepers how they start the attack as well.
Well, excitingly back in Tanzania, it's Senegal who finished third after the drew goalless with Benin in a third place playoff, but on penalties triumph by 5-3. They're now taking on defending champions, the men who won that game. Big chance here for Tanzania. Can they strike in? Oh, what a big chance missed there. Farijala, absolutely crazy stuff. How did he miss that?
Surprising. I mean, that was a clear chance. He was alone. He wasted probably the field. The water was a bit, made him slow a bit.
Absolutely, being an impediment to striking that ball beyond the reach of goalkeeper, sir. But for Senegal, it's a live wire.
They need to be careful to watch their back, how they defend, because Tanzania are very quick when they are attacking, very, very quick.
Wallace hits up front. They stand onto the centre cycle. It looks to be the man in a 10 jersey, Abel Samson. Senegal back in possession. Dabo flashes is in. They'll change direction of play to the right-hand side. They were looking to pick Bianda, but they will not pick him. That's Guy in your shot. That's been very fantastic for Senegal in this campaign, but that was a moment. Guy decides to bring down the man in a 20 jersey. Sumado. Well, the pitch currently becoming an impediment to the quality and flow of this game we've seen, but we hope that with a bit of experience, they should be able to navigate their way around.
It's making the game not to flow well as it ought to be.
Absolutely. Yes, Nudin for Tanzania gives out the ball to Senegal, and he'll decide to use the far left channel. And it's Bianda on your shot, scored against one of the most stubborn side in this competition. A player with so much quality. Last is spoken about him, coach Bianda.
Of course, he's done so well. But he has his teammates also to help him do that.
Absolutely. It was on the score sheet against the DRC when they won by 3-0. But in your shot at the moment is Fowler. Just fails to keep his eyes on the ball. And it was brushed off his feet by Chole. And it's Tanzania's free kick in the center circle. They just know how to play their game. They concede less. And it's also very difficult for you to score them anytime they happen to find themselves in front.
It is because they are very disciplined. And I think so far they've been the team that have shown more, in terms of tactical play, they're very clean they've had clean sheets.
That's a big push from here by the Ghanaian referee, Angelo Sakrugu, who had none of that. One of the referees to have come through the loins of the Catch Them Young refereeing policy initiated by the Ghana Football Association. And it's a proud moment to see the graduates taking center stage at Africa's most prized competition at this age category. Senegal struggling to stay close to the ball, but Tanzania have it, drifting infield a bit. Sent diagonally, but there's nobody there. Well, Farajara allows the shield lit. The main started to cross over for a train advantage to Senegal. We're almost hitting the 6-minute mark. Still, there's nothing to break these two sides in terms of scoreline.
Yeah, it is a bit too early now. But we're going to experience a lot of long balls as it is, because when they try to play on the ground, it's difficult because of it's a bit of water on the field, and it's making it very, very difficult for them to play. So, of course, what we don't want in terms of long balls, we will be experiencing it. And you can't blame them for that.
Absolutely. But it's back to Tanzania's dependable goalkeeper. And it's been a very, very, very exciting goalkeeper to watch anytime he's in between the two sticks for Tanzania. Maya Yelezi. Mohamed. That's a push in from behind. And obviously, jersey number 4 was the corporate Chole. Being a corporate there is released long. Not enough to cross, and I guess 18 yard after stays infield, spread wide. Just Abel Sampson running through that channel. He's got two players to swing the ball into, but again, Senegal recovers so well, clears the line, and is still at the right place to prevent it from entering the most dangerous channel.
Well, the Tanzania are really sort of pushing, trying to attack from wider areas, and they've been able to get through into the box of the Senegalese, but it doesn't yield into a good result.
Oh, 7 minutes. Well, let's just look at the pathway for Senegal into this championship, and you've got to understand that Senegal on match day 1, so it's just a repeat of what we saw in Group B in terms of match day 1 that ended 1-1 between these two sides. But here's trouble for Tanzania. And they managed to hit it away. Haji, the man who came to their rescue. That's foul in your shot. It's always going to be the man that you need to look out for. But that'll be Senegal's free kick. That's a very, very acute angle. And this 17-year-old Ghanaian referee, Angelos Akroglu, just really enjoying himself.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. At least these are the finals for the men, for the boys.
Absolutely. Well, he'll get a benefit of putting on a silverware, at least as those days in Ghana were.
That's good.
Flashed out of getting a seat at this table in terms of the final. But this guy for Senegal as he stands behind the ball. But interestingly enough, you are not just seeing so many Senegal players within Tanzania's balls. They know the threats of the likes of Nuruddin Farajala. That is beautiful ball, and it's in! Senegal strikes! Oh, but it's been chopped off. And guess who was just at the receiving end of it? Looks to be fired. Didn't get in, but this was the delivery from Guy. And look at the textbook header. I was just wondering what the situation might be, but maybe the referee has got a better view of the situation. Look at it dinking into the far post.
Or probably hit the hand of...
Might have come off the hand of Tio.
Yeah. But that was a very good move. You know, the one who got the ball in first was behind. You know, you were talking of in the box, there were not enough people there.
Absolutely.
He came from behind to get the ball. It's something that probably they've been training.
Well, but for Senegal, they have just got a quality production factory for their youth 16 right from this age category, under 17, under 20, all the way to the senior level. They've never been short of talent.
They've done so well. Not just them, I think Mali as well and Burkina. They are really doing well in that area.
For 10 minutes played, and there's still barring between these two teams. Nothing to really separate the West African side and the East Africa giant, Tanzania. Quite a good job from the two managers. Two teams who didn't really impress, but managed to get to the final. In terms of goal scoring rate, it's been very, very low for them. Put together not even more than 15, but we've seen other teams, score a bunch of goals like host nation Ghana themselves.
Yeah.
But it didn't really get them anywhere. It's not about the goal scores, it's about the quality of play.
It's about the quality and how disciplined you are as well. I think Tanzania have not shown too big of, games, but they've made it simple. When you have the ball, try and attack quickly, directly, and when you don't have the ball, squeeze the area, make it small. And they've been successful with it.
Titiani with a long throw in, but it will be picked by Tanzania's defense. Last up front. And Fowler will have it, trying to slickly dribble himself onto the far left-hand side. Pianda breaking into the box, flashes it across, but there's nobody in the white to pick it. Right into 4-4 Guy. Sends another Ikela. Stays within Tanzania's 18-yard. And now they've got an option. Okay, Senegal was looking so perfect today. They've really upped their game, and a lot of credit to the coach, Ousmane Diop.
Indeed, they've looked good till now.
But we've seen that of Tanzania. You don't need to, outclass them. They just need just a moment. Here's Farijala, lovely touch in Senegal's box. Can he break? Sets it to the far end, but it's 10 away. It's double.
That is how they've been simple. They get a ball and they have their target men where to reach. They are very quick through Jala and the rest, through Nuruddin as well. And they are very, very effective up front.
So that was Dalo instead. The man in the 3 shots who just somehow find his head to avert the danger that was just looming at the far end. Yes, Farijala. And that's Dalo in your shot. Looks good to go. And that's a big news for Senegal. Yes, Sade skip off the side. He must lead by example. Ensuring that none of the balls goes through his arms into the net. Maybe perhaps if it stays this way, could force the game into penalty shootout. Senegal having the advantage. And you can see the young referee telling a Tanzanian player to calm his nerve down. Of course, it's understandable, nerves are high, emotions running out. But you've just got to keep your tempo.
I know.
Just telling Master Sila in the 4th set. But there's a lot of activity happening down there. Far right-hand side of Tanzania's territory. With the sympathy of the referee, it will be a long free kick from that channel as they try to push men up front. 15 minutes left, and it's still the finals of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Accra 2025. What an investment from CAF president, Dr. Patrick Mosepe. And the benefits, the huge benefit to the continent is evident at the moment. Not just football, even giving young schoolboys and girls opportunity to be trained in the media space.
Whoever have the opportunity to learn something is there. And this is an opportunity for each and every one of these people, you know, to embrace it and work towards it. We hope in the near future it will yield into a very good result.
Well, coach, intervening in terms of security, I saw a couple of schoolboys and girls being mentored by some of the experienced security aspects at the CAF level, and I equally saw the fact that the closing ceremony, we saw the young kids, displayed their talent. Just tells you that Africa is blessed with numerous talents.
I think we are spread in this area. It's not just particularly about football, but we need to improve at every area, and that is why the opportunity has been given, has been open to each and every one.
There's Tanzania's throw-in, quickly taken. Sumado have been a bit silenced down the left flank. Senegal back in possession. Nudin runs into trouble. Tidiane. That's a big kick from the big man. Looks to be Diallo. And he apologized to his colleagues. You know, he could have done better. Oh, Tempest are just a bit relaxed at the moment. Nothing to be controversial about.
No. It is an open game. I mean, both sides are trying more to control the game, but it's been difficult.
And the coaches are also busy on their technical area as well. Tanzania will pick it up. Abel Samson looking for the run of Farijala. It's cut out there by Gio. Deep in Tanzania's half, and the flag saves them at last. Kasgai once again trying to outsmart his marker.
One thing is certain, the defense of the Tanzania are well organized. Well organized. They don't really panic in situations where they need to.
2 minutes more left in this first period. Sumado looks for Nodin, picks him. Forced to Farijales. Left foot, Ule cuts in. Has been stopped in his tracks. Still managed to keep the ball. Goes round to Tidiane. And is finally stopped by the man in 4-0. It will be Tanzania's corner kick against. But it's Tidiane who stays on the turf in lots of trouble. Not the best official expression. Well, look at the situation again, coach.
Falijari is one of the guys who has really moved his team forward in terms of attack. And look, he's made sure, even out of nothing, he's got a corner kick. He has been very good for the Tanzanian side.
Well, that's Farijala, and you shot the man in there previously. Well, been one of the most spoken talents in this competition. A quality left back. The eight swinger just too much. And Chole will not keep it on the tap. As the team playing home in this fixture, Senegal will say thank you very much. Pick it up. Double. And they'll press the restart button all over again. They'll come for it slowly. The 4-2. The fit of Samson finds Farijala down the left-hand side. Decides to go back a bit. Sumado comes into the fray. And it's out. Senegal's throwing advantage. "20 minutes then. How many minutes is the Ghanaian referee adding? Angelo Sakrogu. Here's Nodin. Watching his player in plenty of space. Abel Samson cut it across. A bit of trouble. He loses everybody. nervy moment for Senegal's defense as Guy has it. And that concludes the matter. What a goal it would have been at the depth of halftime.
They've always looked dangerous when they go through the wings, you know, with Farajara, and then at the other end, I think it's been good. They've done a bit of effort to get a goal, but it's not been good for them. Let's hope in the second half they come in and do well better. With Senegal, they've also done well in terms of possession, keeping the ball and trying to play, but they've not done much up front.
Well, you can see Coach very proud of Nordin's performance, encouraging his players as well, but Senegal themselves will be very proud at the moment, keeping it blank at halftime at the epicenter of Ghana's premier university, University of Ghana. Well, it's halftime between Senegal and Tanzania. Senegal 0, Tanzania 0.
The finals of the Africa Schools Football Championships Ghana 2025 are currently ongoing. We already have a champion in the Girls' Championship. That is Ghana at halftime. We're yet to figure out just who might sway this competition their way. It is Tanzania. It is Senegal. It is goalless, devoid of goals, but not devoid of some action, Coach Calvin Johnson alongside Gifty Appiah. Coach.
Chico, the first half, I think... like I said before, the rain and the pitch is waterlogged in certain areas. So it's not doing the teams, both teams, good. You know, the game is very scrappy, but in saying that, I think Tanzania had the better play of the game. But Senegal had the best chance. They scored a goal that was disallowed because of some infringement. But what a cross from the and how composed he is, even in these conditions, because I try and watch them all. The number 6, the captain of Tanzania, when he gets the ball, he really tries and do something on the pitch. But again, the pitch is not good enough, not holding the water in order for us to see good football.
Rashidi Nurdin, that's the captain of Tanzania. That's the man who's donning the jersey number 6. That's the man who's caught the attention of Coach Calvin Johnson. His opponent on the other side, also wearing jersey number 6, Suleiman Faye, has not exactly taken this game by the scruff of its neck either.
No, he hasn't. But again, just like Coach said, the weather has made the field quite soggy. And when that happens, it's really hard for players to have full control of the ball. That's notwithstanding, both teams have done their bit, especially with Tanzania's number 6, Nuruddin. I'm not saying he's not putting a wrong foot, but I'm saying even in this condition, he's so composed. He's composed, he's relaxed, he hasn't gotten everything 100%, but he's really put in a lot of efforts for his team with his calm demeanor in all that he does. All in all, I think Tanzanians have had a better first half. The Senegalese, on the other hand, have really been very aware of their defensive duties. They are aware of their environment and their sense of positioning when it comes to the defensive duties, their defensive threat. I think so far it has been good, considering the fact that these are teenagers. These are under 15s. Calvin was talking about the fact that we should not let the kids run away from bad weather if it's too scorchy, if it's too hot, if it is too cold. And these are some of the things that happens at the professional level. The game is not going to stop because you are not comfortable playing in the rain. So if they have a feel, they've had a feel of the sun, and now they are having a feel of the rain, which is a beautiful thing, I think. So then they get to have a better idea that no matter what the game is going on,
Well, I'll tell you, I'll let you in on a little secret. She's saying that very confidently. At one point, we were wondering if we had to come down here and do this analysis because it was raining heavily. The rain has decently subsided. The pitch is waterlogged. It is proving to be a challenge, but a challenge that we must learn to go about and deal with as players. So how would you want a team to approach this game then, considering everything that we're speaking about?
If I was the coach, I would go inside and ask the players what are the conditions that they see. By now they know where the water is on the pitch. Try and stay away from those areas and then give my tactics to say, okay, if the water is on the sides of the pitch, we need to go down the middle. But coach, the water's at the center as well. Then we have to try and go over the middle and into the area between the big box and the halfway line. So play where there is less disturbance as far as nature is concerned, and you will get there. For the Tanzanians, that's exactly where the 6 plays, in between the big box and the circle. So try and get him on the ball as often as possible, because we do know that the wide areas are waterlogged. And if we do go there, we've got to make sure that we know when we play a high ball, it's going to die. So you've got to be aware that you've got to run onto those balls.
Absolutely like that analysis, actually, Coach. Considering the weather, evaluate the pitch from the player's perspective. Look at what's left of the pitch that gives you an opportunity to play and build your play around that one. As a forward, is this an opportunity for you, Gifty, to take those shots, test those keepers, never know how it'll fall?
Oh, yeah. I think when it rains like this, it's a lot more advantageous to the forwards, because now the field is extremely slippery, and when that happens, the ball travels so fast on the ground, unless, of course, it gets stuck in water. Other than that, it travels so fast. So then, if you are an attacker, you would want to try those shots. If it doesn't get directly to the keeper's hand and it drops like 2 meters in front of the keeper, the possibility of the ball going past the keeper is high.
All right, Coach. Gifty, you guys have been watching the first half. I know it's a tough call, but how do you see the second one going? Where do you feel this game is tipping towards?
From the start, it's been tipping towards Tanzania's side. I'm giving it to them because they are the defending champions, and I'm sure part of his team talk now will be, hey, we need to take the trophy home again. And hopefully that inspires his players to go further.
Gifty?
I think the Senegalese will also take their inspiration from the fact that we are playing against the defending champions, and we could be the new champions of the tournament. This is hard. It is hard, but I'll give it to Senegal.
Well, there we go. 2 analysts throughout the tournament siding with each other in terms of their analysis, parting ways right now. Senegal for Gifty. It is the defending champions Tanzania for Coach Calvin Johnson. It's an opportunity for us now to turn our attention to the second half. 20 minutes between these two. Space, opportunity, and a chance for us to entertain or be entertained by the future of African football. It is the second half. Goalless as it stands right now, but Tanzania can pull something out of the bag. Senegal will be looking to join Ghana as the new names on that trophy. Second half is up next. Cross you over to the commentary team of Victor Kwao and CK Akano.
Well said from the pitch side, from Chico. Absolutely. We'll get to see at the end of the next 20 minutes whether a new name will be engraved on this trophy, or we'll be having a new winner in Senegal, who right now we're with bronze back in Zanzibar after beating Benin on penalties. So there we go for the next half. Senegal 0, Tanzania 0, and it's game on. It's already out. It looks like Senegal beginning to follow suit in what they did in the first 20 minutes.
One of the things both teams have to do is to try and make attempt at go from far range target. Try and hit a target, but because the ground is very slippery and there's an opportunity for them to score. I mean,
Senegal bringing it forward, but it's just too heavy across the face-off goal of Tanzania. The battle is on, the tussle, and his referee, Angelo Sakrugo, blows his whistle. And it's Tanzania's favor, but the man in 19th shot was just too quick to take it. Saddam, who scored against Ghana. Well, look at the sheer show of strength there from these two players, Bienda and Saddam. And let's see. That's a long hit up front. That is well taken care of by Sa. No troubles for Senegal's goalkeeper. Senegal and Maya Yelezi is at the right place to claim it. It's now end-to-end staff.
Yeah.
From one post to the other.
That is what I expected, because it's always difficult to play on the ground because of the situation on the field now. It's watery.
Tanzania itching closer. They've got advantage. Long throw-in. Forced to those in white shirt. Extend away by Chio. What a player he's been so far in this tournament. Check Chio.
I think Fire too has been very quiet from the Senegal side. He is one of the guys who is always able to do something.
Well, you see, coach, anytime Fire is quiet, it's a lot of problem for the Senegalese side. Anytime Senegal is proving to be a threat, their number says Fire is always at the party, ever present always. And anytime he switches off, Senegal is off as a team.
I think it's the same with Tanzania, with Nuruddin, the captain. He's he's the brain behind the team, and anytime they are good, you see him being, means he's very effective.
Well, tale of two players wearing the same jersey, 6, 5, and Nuruddin. And it will be Senegal's free kick at the moment. The resultant of that push from behind. And Haji was the culprit. So confirmation of the yellow card for you. Umbarak gets into the referee's book. Three minutes already into this second half department, and it's the same excitement that we've carried over from the first half. It's what we're seeing here.
The same story.
Nothing is changing, coach. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Yes, Bienda for Senegal. Lovely touch there. We'll have to quickly change fits and change direction. Hits it over, but it's well taken care of. Coley. Well, it looks like there's a Senegalese player on the tap. Looks to be Mohamed, who stays on the ground with his two hands on his face. And that'll cause the game to be posted a bit. Even goalkeeper Sai is a bit concerned, being the leader of this team.
Well, this is a situation where I think they all went air struggle, and I think he didn't get the ball right.
Also, Mohamed is good to go. He's been escorted out. And the midfielder, Alex, will be returning to the field. The referee, Angelo Sakrugo, is showing that we start all over again. That's a big hit. And ball taken from Farid Jala is already out. That's Nudi in your shot. He scored in the opening match against Tanzania, this time against the DRC. But he's been quiet today. The Dutch German has been quiet.
Yeah, he has been quiet, obviously, because of the situation.
Oh. Tanzania wasted out off a very narrow in very tight space. Spills it. Nudin has it. Looks for Upsin. Decides to use the right flank, but the pass not just too strong as Senegal will chase on. Sumado. Still Sumado on the ball. A few steps over. It's so tight, decides to go low. And putting pressure on themselves, Senegal in Tanzania's box, but the header, well, it's tipping somebody off, and it will be Senegal's corner kick. And it's Manyayelezi once again coming under the radar, under scrutiny from his players, touch beyond the bar line. Well, look like Senegal have got a strategy in terms of those corner kick set pieces. They just sent 3-4 men into Tanzania's box. What's the watch on from behind?
Yeah, and they take off from behind, and then sometimes when they do that, it looks always dangerous for them to get a goal. It's always good for them to get a goal.
This is going to be a lovely Keller sent into the channel, but as well dealt with. A return goal. That is a lovely flicking ball that just eluded everybody to the far post.
They've looked good in terms of standard situations. Corner kicks, free kicks. The free kick comes with fire. When fire gets it, it's always half a goal.
Oh, just look at the bend on it and quickly changes direction after coming off. Nudin. And that will be another corner kick this time around from the left-hand side. Guy hits it in. Nearly. Tanzania survives it. But just look at this bend on the ball. Just wall hit. Well struck from the man in the 11 jersey. Tanzania, Chole is cut out. That's Chio. Bring it out to Bienda, and Senegal will see most of the ball this time around. It's driven up front. But that's a good way to deal with it from Samado. Bienda sent it in, a lovely ball. He lost everybody, but the white side to find it. Senegal. This guy against Farijala at the far right-hand side. Stays on the turf. Senegal piling the pressure at the moment. Here it's in, a bit scrappy. Manyalezi with a touch to palm it away. And Nudin goes down finally. What a heated game.
I mean, Senegal has actually pushing forward, but truly, Tanzania, defensively, they are very, very good. In terms of how they defend as a unit, they support each other, and every time there's a danger situation, they know quickly how to solve it, and it's been good how they've defended.
Well, a couple of players warming up on the sideline for Tanzania. And you can see most of the likes of the player in the number 16 jersey. Is in the free. Damas is perhaps might be coming off the bench, but that's Mohamed Bas, yellow card. Confirmation of that. As we look to do half an hour. Africa beginning to find a way to impact its schoolboys and girls as far as the development of football is concerned. And what's a way to do it in the grandest way in a nation that boasts of rich football history. 3 times African Player of the Year, but Pele hails from here. Africa's top World Cup scorer, Samajan, 6 goals over the period, also comes from this country. The legendary Seki Akono, Steven Appiah, Michael Essien, and the list goes on, and I can't count so many of them. But it's a very dark situation for Senegal. Tidiane lies on the turf in the penalty box of Tanzania. Well, that is in his own territory as he gets ready to deal with his corner kick. You've got to really keep your eyes on it because every seconds matter from this moment. That's a big hit. Lovely, it was just bending towards the far post, but the whistle once again coming to the rescue of Senegal.
Well, I think the goalkeeper came out very well to get the ball out, but he was pushed. So indeed, it's a foul. Yeah.
Well, Charlie thought that it has just spilled over to him to hit onto it, but the referee hot in his intention. Senegal, Dabo, Nordin, and it's out of play.
I know these kids would love to play good football, even in the rain. And it's the sad part of it, but it's nature. We cannot do anything about it.
So it's off. It's game over for the man who scored against Ghana. Saddam and the hitman who comes in, Kasongi, in the night jersey. Started as a let's play against the Senegal side on the opening match day, but was retracted to the bench by coach Hawassa and has become a super sub in the last two matches. Senegal on the edge, trying to tease Tanzania out of the defensive cell. That's the big touch. And the defending champions will have the opportunity to bring it up front. Lupuga. And Dabo senses into Tanzania's territory. That's a young, talented centre-back. We'll talk about Tanzania's game against the Guinea in the previous final. Got a very late goal in the first half, somewhere around the 23rd, 24th minutes to end the game. A free kick set piece, but this time around in Accra, it's proving a bit difficult to get. With the way Senegal are just playing world map strategy by coach Ousmane Diop.
I think Senegal have been able to strategically pass the ball in between themselves, but they've not been efficient like I've said, you know.
Tidiane, that's a big one. Looks to be Guy. Looking for few options, decides to head it into the box. Bianda goes around everybody. It's a difficult angle to 10.
He came in at the right time to intercept the ball. Like I said, as a team unit, they defend very well, Tanzania.
But just look at the movement again from the left back. But Nudin was the man who came across it.
Yeah, he came in at the right time because the guy had a chance to shoot at goal.
Well, he'll love to lift the trophy.
Yeah.
Historic one for that matter.
Well, he's done well as a
long one delivered. And they sat man away. Haji with a live clearance there for Tanzania. Kasonge winning himself and his country a free kick in the center cycle. All right, on the halfway line. A bit of confusion coming from Senegal's number 9, Baragai. He starts to go short. Lovely ball. And it to be Tanzania's free kick. Dalo the corporate. And Elmo Samson, this man who separated Guinea from Tanzania back in the previous edition, just pushed wide up the mark.
But it shouldn't be a foul against him, in my opinion, anyway, because he was rather fouled.
Oh, sometimes, coach, sometimes.
And on top of that, he got a card, a yellow card.
Quite unfortunate, isn't it? But that's a flapped opportunity with goalkeeper Sa struggling to find a balance of hitting it directly towards his lead markman Baragai. Looks to be another touch in from behind. What an atmosphere we're having over the University of Ghana Sports Stadium as we almost draw closer to what we started 4 days ago. And every moment having worthy of it. Sir launched it one up front, looking for Baragai. Fine fight. Follow. Can they cut into Tanzania's box? Tanzania defend their line. Nudin draws tip to help. Farajala. Looks to be Kasonge. He's got Abel Samson waiting on the right hand side. But once again, it's the man in the 3 set. Dalo always it. Gets it away. And it's just shown that he can lose it and he can win it. And yes, tip is out of trouble for Senegal. Also, there's a big decision coming from Ousmane Diop, trying to bring in Masua as well as foul. And they'll be coming in for follow in the 10 JC. Oh, there's a bit of stopping there as follow will not come out again. Returns back to the pitch. But there's a change of mind. But we'll have to wait a few seconds to confirm whether foul is really coming in or he'll be watching from the sideline. I think finally the confusion has been settled. So a foul coming in for Bienda. What a game is had. The left winger is joining his bench. Andre Bienda is off as foul comes in. Just 1 minute left. And that spills over. Mayelezi picks it up as we look to be heading for the penalty shootout to separate these two sides who are neatly closed at the moment. Nothing to really even separate the fiber out of the way they play. Oh, so there's substitution. Manzua getting ready to come in. And who is the casualty? And that casualty is Tidiane. He comes off, but we'll leave a piece of message with colleagues. Try and finish the business. And he will graciously take a walk to the bench as Manzua comes in. And will slots perfectly back to the far left-hand side. Ball coming for penalty shootout, likely.
That's the situation. That's how it looks like now. Because we've got only a minute to go.
40 minutes is up. And everybody's eye is just stuck onto the Ghanaian referee, Angelo Sakogu, to see the number of minutes he'll be adding on. But here's problem from Tanzania. It was scratched out. Finds Kasonge. Abel running in space, but it was placed behind him. As we have a big confirmation. 1 minute of additional time. Confirmation of Mansour Diop substitution for Check Diallo. Well, last year they had to be separated from the penalty spot, and once again Senegal head to the penalty spot to decide whether they will lift the trophy or not. But what a game they really sold out, these two sides. Lovely to watch. And you can see Mayele is thankful that they've been able to keep a perfect scoreline against Tanzania.
I think both teams have tried their best to do well. There wasn't any opportunity for them to be able to pass the ball, play as they want. So it means that they were kicking a lot of long balls, but they've managed to defend and attack in a very good way. I think in the first half, Tanzania came closer, and in the second half, closer of scoring, and then in the second half, Senegal did a bit more than they did in the first half. But in all fairness.
Well, so there it ends. It's full time. And we might be heading for penalty shootout. Senegal 0, Tanzania 0. What an atmosphere. Absolutely electric. And what a way to end this competition in a country that have proven to be one of Africa's gateway, even politically, Ghana. Football-wise, they are 4 times winner of the African Cup of Nations. In your shot is Senegal's skipper. So, what a tournament they've had. Kept perfect score.
Yeah, he's
line against Cote d'Ivoire.
He's the captain, and at this moment of time, he's been asked to save his country.
Oh, that's Pienda in your shot. Came off in the second half, and it's just watching on what exactly might be unfolding. And you can see Mama Yelezi having a bit of word with his colleagues. Kasonge, the man in 5. Hemedi, as a coach also. Power Sawa take the center stage, but this is the moment as the two captains goes for the throwing course to decide where they'll be taking that penalty, and that is Sa and Nudin.
I think with penalties, it's a 50-50 chance, but what I can advise from where I sit, hope I know they will not hear me, but you pick a place, you pick a side, and make sure you hit it hard and get it in.
Coach, that's the way they can hear after the tournament. They'll probably watch the clips and they'll get your message, but then maybe just too late. But here is the two captains trying to have that word with the referee and the match officials as well. Well, today match officials for today's big game has been very, very fantastic. And they've really, really handled the game well. What do you make of officiating in this entire tournament?
Oh, it has been perfect. With few inches there, I think they've done well. They've done well. Knowing that they're also beginners, I think is a very good process for them.
Well, you can see Mailezi picking a few thoughts from his team's head coach and even assistant coach Adam Salim Ngwana. And this is a very, very important team meeting ahead of this kickoff.
Of course, this is the time when the coach will give them the necessary advice as to how to go about it. They need also to be calm, because when you get there to kick, you know, there's a lot of pressure, and these kids needs to be calmed down before the kick itself. And so the coach is giving them the necessary advice as to how to go about it.
What looks to be we might be getting other interactions, especially for the boys player of the competition, likely to be going to Senegal's number 6, Suleimani Faye.
Is he?
But we'll absolutely confirm that, but looks like he's had a very incredible tournament.
He has, yeah. If it hadn't been probably the poor performance of Ghana in the last 2 matches, maybe Ando was also a candidate, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just took a few steps back, I beg your pardon, in the last 2 games for Ghana.
Yeah.
Else was a real rising star of this tournament, but nonetheless, he will be cherished in the host nation. He's got a promising future.
He has. Not just him, a lot of them. I mean, Adai as well.
Also, we're almost getting ready for the penalty kick. And the man I just mentioned his name that have been nominated as the player of the tournament will be the one to take it first. Suleimani Faye takes a big step towards the penalty spot. And he is coming up against Maya Yelezi. Can he go the right way? Or will Tanzania's surface spell fan deny him the opportunity to take Senegal into the lead? Very straight face there from Faye as he takes a few steps back. Will it be a goal? Will it go the right way? That is the big question now. Everybody watching from Dakar will be asking. Some of them will close their eyes. Faye, and it's in to the top left side of the post. And Senegal takes the lead. Beautiful strike there from the midfielder.
Well taken. There was weight behind it. Even if the goalkeeper goes there, it would have been difficult for him to get it. Faye, a very good shooter of the ball, and he's done well for his team.
Slotting it past Maya Yelezi and gives Senegal the big advantage. But it's now Tanzania's turn, and it's Lupuga, the right back, to take it. Can he cross out Faye's kick? Lupuga, and he misses wide. Trouble for Tanzania. Oh my goodness, a bit emotional for the youngster.
Well, that was a bit obvious of where the position he's taken. I think the goalkeeper too also did very well. The captain did very well in going to the right place.
Decides to go with the outside of his boot and just placing it wide, and he'll be consoled. Senegal have already got their second man walking to it. Well, you got to be keeping your eyes on the penalties. Senegal takes the lead, and they've got another man taking it. That is Dabo, the left back. So a left back for Tanzania missed, and now Senegal have elected their own Dabo to take it. Dabo, and it goes into the sky. And you can see effective fervent prayer of the Tanzanians, maybe working this evening.
He needed to bend a little bit on it. At the end, I think he raised his body. The body positioning was poor. But the weight behind the ball was good. Just that the way he positioned himself, automatically the ball will go up.
Here is the man. It's all shown class, shown quality, led by example. But now he must do it against her. In between the stick for Senegal. Will he be the hero, or will he be the villain? A man who single-handedly, through his effort, carried Tanzania to this point, and it's in. What a strike there from Nudin. And Tanzania level matters.
Aim at a position, target, hit it hard, and that's what he did. Even though the goalkeeper went there, because there was a power behind it, he got it right.
Absolutely. Wonderful pitch of skill. He cannot just miss it. Leading by example. It's 1-1 at the moment. And it's one miss at pace. Senegal will take another big walk. It's Maya Yelezi against the centre-back Tio. And he goes into the middle. Senegal back in front. And it's the man in the forceps. Chick Tio with a right placement there to push.
Well, he was very calm about it.
Very calm.
Very calm about it, and he got it right.
And Coach Mayeleze set the wrong way.
Sometimes, if you don't know where to put it through the middle, because definitely goalkeeper will move, and that is what he did.
So Senegal leading now, 2-1, and Tanzania up with their third one. And it's Sumado against Sarah. You need one of these goalkeepers to come to the party. Sumado, and it's in. Tanzania crosses out. Chio's penalty to stay even.
Again, he was also calm, very calm about it, and of course, picked a direction, a position, and hit it hard. That is the easiest way to go on penalties.
Showed confidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Went for power as well in placement. Horace Maldo in your shot a while ago, and it's 2-2 after 3 attempts apiece, and this will be the fourth one for Senegal. And it's Papa Dembagai. Papa Dembagai, what a feeble shot there, and it's stopped by Maya Yelezi. Disappointing kick from this youngster.
It was poorly taken. Even the way he moved to the ball before the kick made it also obvious for the goalkeeper, and his body was telling the goalkeeper, I'm going to put it here. It was too poor.
Very obvious for the goalkeeper to read it.
Yeah.
And went the right way at the right time. And he stops it. But he'll be encouraged by his side. And that's the confirmation of how matters are at the moment, as Farijala takes that very, very important step up front. Farijala, and he goes to the top of the net. Tanzania are back in his tie.
He's had a good tournament, and of course, happy for him that he has scored. I mean, also positioned himself, there was a lot of power behind it. He just shot the ball and it got in. There was power.
Right placement. Displaces goalkeeper. Saw within his own 2 sticks. And he thanks God and thanks his stars. So 3-2 for Tanzania. But it means that this man will need to score this very, very important one. If he misses, then that's the end of the story. Follow. Can you watch it? If you're Senegalese, can you? If you don't have the heart, just close your eye. Follow. Oh, misses it. And Tanzania, for the second time in a row, are champions of Africa. Drink it, El Dar es Salaam. Drink it, Tanzania. Well-deserved record winners. Did it on home soil. And now back in Ghana's capital. They win it again, but it took this kick from Fallow to give them that needed advantage.
The goalkeeper really anticipated very, very well, knowing that it was good. He made a choice and he got it right. I think they deserve it. They've worked so hard to get here. The good thing is the technical team have really, really built a new team, a very, very solid team. They were disciplined in terms of play, tactical play. They were very, very good. They knew exactly when to defend and when to attack. Throughout the tournament, they've shown qualities of understanding as to how a team should play, and it's been good. Congratulations to Tanzania.
Well, so you can see it is heartbreak for others, for Senegal. Follow. And tonight, he will cry his heart out. And the street of Dhaka absolutely silent at the moment, but in Dar es Salaam, and all this celebration into the night, because for the second time in a row in the schools championship, Tanzania have danced their way onto the top podium as far as Africa is concerned. And this man, Maya Yelezi, is a hero.
Indeed he is. They've all done well, but I think a great work from the technical team. We saw really team spirit. team effort when they played Ghana, and that is where they started this journey. They took it very, very serious, came in, delivered, did exactly what was expected of them, and they won that match. And today, they've won the championship, which is very, very good.
Well, they may not have many fans in Ghana, but at least they've got a session that really are impressed with the way they've played in this competition. And they'll go and celebrate with them. But for Senegal, it will be one consoling after the other. And this time around, it is Guy who cannot just hold back.
These are the reasons why I don't like penalties.
He cannot just and will be consoled by his colleague. Sad moment, but heroic moment for Tanzania.
Exactly. I mean, the repetition of what they've done last year, they won it, and this time around, not just did they won, but tactically, a very disciplined side. You know, apart from Nurundi, who is the captain, who has.
Oh, so we're getting ready for it. And though Senegal have gone a step further than what they did in the previous year in terms of the silverware. They end with bronze last year. This time around, they are running away with silver. But even then, their faces doesn't show like a team that have gone a step further.
Well, they've done well. I mean, all the other participants have done well. But Senegal, in the first one, didn't look like they were going to win. Of course, they are celebrating their coach.
Well, look at the moment. Power Sawa was being thrown into the air, and this a very iconic moment to say for countries, clubs, and some players. And what even makes it more special is the fact that twice on the road, he's been champions of Africa.
That is really good for the technical team.
But that's what we always see from losing teams. They always tend to have a bit of wet anytime it doesn't slide into their favor. And the coach is perfectly doing that.
I'm sure he's encouraging them because they've done well. And these are young lads coming up, and they need this encouragement to get far to the finals. They've done well. And I'm definitely sure he is encouraging them.
But we'll allow Tanzania to celebrate their way. Africa, allow them to celebrate in Ghana. And they'll be running everywhere in the stadium this evening. At least
they deserve it.
To thank their fans. As for Senegal, on your screens at the moment, it's a very emotional moment.
I was in love with the way Tanzania played in terms of tactical play, defensively, how they've worked as a team, as a unit, and how they attack quickly up front. I mean, it's been superb, it's been wonderful, and they've shown why they were champions last season.
Well, they've just shown why they are champions of Africa. And really proving that they've got a quality. Well, last year, player of the tournament went to Emil Samson of Tanzania, but this time around it has shifted to Suleimani Faye of Senegal, who is at the losing end. Coach?
Yeah, sometimes this happens. You know, we don't just look at one match. The previous matches they've played, and Faye have done well. They've done so well. He's been very, very good in terms of how they attack, free kicks and all that. And so the fact that they've given him the best player, it's all right.
Well, that's Paraguay in your shot being consoled by Diop Dien. And they're sorting the head of the young player, telling him, no need to be sad. We've done our best. We've gone better than some other countries, even including the host nation who finished third.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they need to be proud of themselves, and I'm sure what is important now, from where do they move from here? From now, the development has to be more, the countries have to be more focused on the players, because we've seen a lot of talent in different areas, and therefore it's important that going back, the focus will be on them. They need to improve, and they need to keep this core squad to a certain level, and hopefully they will improve into the junior national team, the under 16s and under 17, under 20 national teams.
Also, top scorer for the girls division as we continue to celebrate Tanzania's triumph in the African Schools Football Championship, likely to be sliding to Morocco number 10. But we'll confirm that to you when she steps onto the podium. But at the moment, let's just celebrate this Tanzania side who are just happy about upsetting the West African counterpart, Senegal. Also, very straight face from the player of the tournament, Suleimana Faye. 2 hands on his head. Individually, showed class and quality, but as a team, to him at the moment, it's been disappointed, but take nothing away from their campaign. And you can see the likes of Kasongi in your shots, Haji, Hemet, all in the fray. And I'm just sensing that tonight it's going to be a lot of party, a lot of singing, a lot of messages from Tanzania.
Of course, they've made their country proud and they've done so well, and so they deserve to celebrate now.
Well, so we might just be getting ready for that perfect moment we've all been waiting for. Yes, Chole on your screens at the moment as Tanzania are taking a walk to where they have to be for this medal ceremony at the end of a very exciting tournament. Indeed, Ghana have been well fit. Big investment from CAF, $10 million US, and most exciting stuff is that the winner for both the male and the female is taking home $300,000. Whooping, that's a lot of money. Second place, $200,000, and then third place who walks home with $150,000 US. How good can it get than this at this age category?
It can get better. I mean, hopefully this money will be put in good use to develop these players, because like I said, from here, after this tournament, a lot of them will be out and they need to develop them. They need to put them in a very good position to be able to mature enough to become better players.
Well, even as we get ready for this medal ceremony, let's quickly run you through some very, very important figures as far as this tournament is concerned. And that's Ghana's Minister for Sports and Recreation, Honorable Adams, on your screen at the moment. He's here to also grace the occasion. His boss is here, and he needs to be here as well as we receive the medals from these beautiful ladies. I was just telling you about the impact of this tournament as the rate with the medal. In terms of impacts, we've had over 1,965,194 schoolboys and girls being touched throughout Africa. 82,477 schools touched. $10 million US spent. And that's a lot. Looks to be a very classic ceremony. And we're getting ready to receive the dignitaries. That will be led on by CAF President and the visionary behind this idea, Dr. Patrick Mosepe, even as these teams line up for their medals. Looks to be Algeria in the stands there. They couldn't really make the final, but at least they'll stay and watch and encourage themselves. The dancing, bits of it dancing there from the Tanzanian players. That's Mayelezi in your shorts, and the man in the 12th jersey, Lupoga, and Haji, or in the free.
This is a moment where the coach will allow them to have fun and all that.
Well, so there we have the trophy.
Only 2 teams out of the 16
coming onto the podium at the moment.
Competition,
and it's Ghana's
to do so.
All-time top scorer, Asamoah
the man
Africa's
himself,
top World Cup scorer, and South Africa's finest,
Football of the Year 2010,
Until Delaney with a trophy.
In 2010, 2013, 2014,
well celebrated African stars.
The top scorer.
And always
at the World Cup when it comes to African football, and by his side is the one and only Amanda Dlamini, captain, fantastic player for Banyana. She won the league back in 2019 with JVW, only 5 years later to become the first African woman to commentate a match at the Africa Cup of Nations. Legends of African football, legends of the game, walking in the trophy of the Stars of Tomorrow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the CAF African Football Schools Championship 2025 Ghana, the medal and trophy ceremony. Please welcome on stage the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama, alongside Dr. Patrice Motsepe, CAF President, accompanied by dignitaries. Now that we have our dignitaries on the stage, we start off with the Fair Play Award. We have two teams that have earned it, considering how they played in this tournament. Morocco, when it comes to the girls, congratulations to them. Finalists last year, Fair Play team in 2025, the girls, and for the boys championship, we have Tanzania. as they earn themselves Fair Play Award. Captain Nuruddin Rashid from Tanzania receiving that award on behalf of his team. And now we move on to the Best Goalkeeper Award. For the girls category, we have from Ghana, Precious Akangui. And in the boys, goalkeeper of the year, Tanzania's Rajabu Manyelezi. Safest pair of hands in the competition. Receiving their Fair Play Award, Morocco, congratulations. And now we move on to the Top Scorer Trophy, which is awarded to the player with the highest number of goals in the tournament, the girls team. South Africa's number 19 jersey, Pauline Moloi. And for the gentleman, John Ando, number 8 for Ghana. As we move on to the Player of the Tournament awards, in the Girls' Championship, it goes to Ghana's very own jersey number 11, Jennifer Awuku, scoring goals against Morocco, Malawi, South Africa, joined by the Boys' Player of the Tournament, Suleiman Faye. As they go up, we will be preparing to celebrate our talented referees, officials of the tournament who have ensured that they are showcasing the skills of tomorrow and ensuring the game is run smoothly. They are coming up to the podium, part of the Africa Schools program, bringing about our top referees. And I'd like to also, while the referees come up, appreciate once again Abedi Ayu, Abedi Pele, the man who has made Africa proud on the continent, in the world, and in the world of football. We will not forget, a child of Africa. And now we turn our attention to the bronze medalists of the girls. Morocco. Struggling to win, but ultimately the defending champions, becoming third team. South Africa girls team will be receiving their medal, and of course a check that comes along with it as part of the partnership with Motsepe Foundation. The third place team receiving a check of $150,000 US to fund their development projects. Third and fourth place playoff was a repeat of last year, in which South Africa managed to win, coming in as defending champions. They've had to settle for third and fourth, but third position. And boy, did they do it in style. The future is very bright for them. They received that check of 150,000 to go on and develop the projects of football in their nation, and we're sure we'll be seeing them soon. While they receive their check, we will be waiting to see the third team in the competition for the Boys Championship, the home nation, Ghana, performing ever so well, coming oh so close. But ultimately, on their inaugural appearance, they will settle for third and look to the future with a smile on their face, because they are certain they can come and dominate. Congratulations to the host nation, Ghana. Ghana players who gave the home side and the home fans so much to cheer about until the very final whistle in the third and fourth place playoff, and gave us hope that this nation will dominate when it comes to football. There are officials there and the captain who will be receiving the check. As he receives his medal and ultimately the check, we will be turning our attention to the second best teams in the tournament, the silver medalists at the African Schools Football Championships, Ghana 2025 finals. And the girls, East Africa, will be smiling, celebrating as Uganda make their way to the podium. They managed to keep a clean sheet, scoring 9 goals. Prior to that final, they had not conceded. They couldn't keep a clean sheet, but they can keep the smile on their face and their heads held high as they receive their silver medals to appreciate their efforts at the Africa Schools Football Championships Ghana 2025 final. What a performance from these girls. What a hope for the future. Receiving their medals, and at the end you can see just after the officials, the technical bench, who need just much accolade as the team, is the captain of the Uganda side, and she will be receiving her medal and ultimately that check. And right behind her, the team that nearly had it, made it into the final on a penalty shootout, but fell at the final stage courtesy of a penalty shootout. Senegal have come into this one, captured the heart of Africa, made a name for themselves, and showed us that if they do come back, they can pit themselves against any team in the competitions. Congratulations to the silver medalists in the Boys Championship, Senegal. Senegal We'll be looking at this competition, taking plenty of lessons. Pride, heads held high, silver medal hung around their neck, and a check of 200,000 USD to help their development in partnership with the Motsepe Foundation, the runners-up of the Africa Schools Football Championships, Ghana 2025 final, Senegal. Congratulations, that check of 200,000 as we turn our attention to the winners medal category. They came, they played, they conquered, capturing the hearts of just not the host nation, but of Africa. Ghana, the girls champions of African Football Championships, Ghana 2025 final, the host nations, the gems of Africa. It was a repeat of the group stage, and it was the same result as Ghana pipped Uganda. These girls may have that gold medal around their necks. They may have that check of 300,000 US dollars as part of the partnership with Motsepe Foundation, and to go towards the efforts of developing their game. But more importantly, they have a hope in the future. They have captured the hearts of Africa, and they are the promising gems that we are looking forward to in the near future to guide Africa to continental and international success. Congratulations, girls. You deserve it. And as the officials receive their medals, the captain leading the flank, awaiting not only a medal, but that check, will be turning our attentions to the champions, also the defending champions of the Africa Schools Football Championships, Ghana 2025. It was a final worth watching. It was a performance worth celebrating, and we turn our attention to the gold medalists of the Boys Championships, the team from East Africa, the team that's dominated Africa, Tanzania. Tanzania opened up the competition against the team that they faced in the final. It was a 1-1 draw at the start. Nuruddin scoring in the first half. Faye, the man of the day of the tournament, equalizing, but the repeat was different. Tanzania taking it in the penalty shootout. Very little between themselves and their finalist opposition, Senegal. Apart from the color of the medal, we know that these two teams are sensational, were sensational, and will be sensational to watch. Congratulations to East Africa's Tanzania for securing yet another win, defending their title of the Africa Schools Football Championship. From Zanzibar at home to Ghana away, they remain the best. And there they go, receive that check as part of the partnership with Motsepe Foundation. The champions getting that $300,000 to fund their development of the game and ensure that we see more of them on a successful note. We will be having both teams coming back onto the podium in a moment as they receive the trophies that they have worked oh so hard to earn. You can see the captain, Rashidi Nurdin from Tanzania, the defending champions, right next to the CAF president and the president of the Republic of Ghana, just about to receive his trophy on behalf of Tanzania. Picture perfect moment. Meanwhile, Ghana, the girls are still celebrating, dancing away, the flag waving, their president by their side, the nation right behind them, the future bright. And now song and dance breaks out from Tanzania as Ghana's captain lifts that trophy, receives it from the President of the Republic, making the fans proud, making their head of state proud, making Africa proud. She joins her teammates, and ladies and gentlemen, now the moment we have been waiting for. We will ask Tanzania and Ghana to join in as we celebrate your champions. It has been an amazing addition to the Africa Schools Football Championships. Congratulations, Ghana. Congratulations, Tanzania. What more can be said? What more can be done? How much more can we take? It's time to say goodbye, but it has been quite a few days of absolute exhilaration when it comes to football. It's the Africa Schools Football Championships. Ghana 2025 has given us so much to think about: the future of the game, the present state of the game, the hope of tomorrow, and the celebrations of today. We are standing by one more time to just wrap up what's been an amazing tournament. It kicked off with a game by the defending champions up against Senegal to open things up for the boys' championship. It closed with the defending champions lifting the trophy at the cost and the expense of Senegal, albeit courtesy of a penalty shootout. Lady Luck this time smiling towards the side of East Africa. Gift Tiapia, Kevin Johnson, what did you make of this? I'll start off with you, Coach. I know she'll be celebrating the girls in just a second, but what did you make of the tournament and ultimately the ceremony?
Wow. 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 Again, CAF, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, for having the vision to start this type of thing in Africa, for coaches like myself who have always looked at youth, his legends that he brought, Asamoah, unconditionally, he says, I love the youth. So what we have, the crop of people we have taking this project forward is unreal. But you have to give credit to CAF, to their staff, to the referees, to the volunteers, to the young people they're getting involved with in this tournament. And what a spectacle it has been for me to watch the last week of young talent coming through Africa and what I foresee in the future. So for me, this tournament is like a milestone for the rest. And yes, one day, Patrice said, we will win the World Cup. And with this type of development, we should win the World Cup one day.
Absolutely. What a great show. What a great show of support when it comes to CAF and its leadership. Their head, the president, Patrice Motsepe, who, by the way, apart from all that he's done, according to the coach, also, along with the head of state, John Mahama of Ghana, braved the rain to celebrate with his kids. And I'm sure you were doing the same. It's hard to feel the rain when there's so much promise.
Yes, I think that tells you how much of a positive impact this whole project has been. Again, like we have been saying from the beginning of the tournament, big shout out to Dr. Patrice Motsepe for actually getting this done. It gladdens my heart. It brings us so much hope. It gives the kids a reason to dream, and that is the beauty of this whole thing. They are able to dream, they are able to have experience, they are able to have the exposure that they dream of to be in the future when they become professionals. And this is beautiful. I just hope that with the various federations that were represented here today, they would not leave the kids on their own. They will keep on monitoring them, they will keep on developing them in all aspects of the game. It's not just the training on the field. Nutrition, discipline, mental, and all. I just hope they really do that, and then all in all, it's been a beautiful project. And it keeps being a beautiful project. Like the president have said in the past that one day Africa would win the World Cup. It looks good. It looks beautiful. I mean, it looks promising that one day we're going to have an African team win the World Cup, especially with this kind of initiative going on now. The future can only be bright.
It can, and it is indeed. Let's talk about that game. Final game of the men. We spoke about the final with the Ghana girls picking that one up, but we can wrap up with the men's game. What did you make of it until the wire? It was a penalty shootout that separated the two. Senegal had already gotten a taste of the penalty shootout qualifying into the final, and now they fall at the same stage. What did you make of the game overall?
Overall, it was great. The boys really showed a lot of tenacity, considering the fact that they had wet grounds. They showed a lot of tenacity. It was a lot of energy going on out there beside their tactical play and their individual technical abilities, it was a lot of energy going on there. At the end of the day, it got to penalty shootout, which I think was a fair result because it was a back and forth. It was never a one-way traffic, which is great. Then you know that these players are out there, they open up, they play, they enjoy the game. They really entertain the fans, even though the conditions was not the most favorable. At the end of the day, it got to penalties, and the best team won.
Coach, your thoughts on the back of that game?
Like we said, the last game, the conditions for the second half, try and find where the best spots are to play on. And I think both teams did that because they did go at each other and they both had opportunities to score. And as far as I'm concerned, when they go to penalties, then it's the best team that wins. And for me, besides who won on penalties, like Tanzania did, both teams are winners. Yes, for competition-wise, you have to have one who scores all their penalties and one who doesn't score all their penalties. So, yeah, like we always say as coaches, penalties is the luck of the draw. And whether God loves you on that particular day, yes or no. The football gods was on Tanzania's side for them to retain their trophy. And let's hope, like I said, next year you're able to see even a better tournament with better technical players, with better tactical awareness from coaches that have worked with youth specifically, and just good for African football going forward.
3 years of this Africa Schools Football Championship. 3 years and turning points everywhere you look. Turning points for those who didn't pay attention to youth football. Now they are. Turning points for those who doubted Motsepe's statement that Africa can and will win the World Cup. Now they're starting to think, oh, maybe this could be as soon as he said it. Turning point from a coach who would keep his distance to a gentleman who's holding the umbrella for Gifty. Coach, everyone is turning and changing here. Very proud. So, guys, now final thoughts, final words to the competition, to the players who've been fantastic, and to the technical team. I'll start off with you, to the players who will be looking to the future, regardless of the results of this competition, and hoping that they can grow.
Yes. What I can tell the players who participated in this is that let this be the beginning of greater things to come into your life, career-wise, football-wise. Take the positives from it, work on the weakness, and then make yourself a better player. Those out there who are eligible, who could be eligible for the next event, but might have not had the chance to be here today for this event. Take inspiration from what you saw here on the field, and then aspire to be part of the next group of players. And then to the technical team, one of the beautiful things with this whole project is the fact that almost every team have a youthful technical team. And if I am a coach, if I'm an upcoming coach and I get a chance to participate in an international tournament like this, it can only inspire me. It can only get better with time. It can only make me dream. So the young technical team members, dream on. And then to the officiating officials, the young referees, I am so excited about this whole thing. Like, it really gladdens my heart. To the young referees, keep on keeping on. The future looks beautiful. The future looks bright. Thanks to CAF, we can dream on.
Coach, your final goodbye thoughts?
My final goodbye thoughts is to the GFA, the Ghanaian Football Association. Well done for putting together an astute tournament.
Yeah.
To all the volunteers that worked for GFA, well done to them, because most of the time they go out without us saying thank you. And then, of course, CAF staff themselves for hosting us, for hosting Gifty, for hosting myself. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be able to speak about what we know about youth football. And then, of course, to the young players, I'd like to come back next year and identify players of 4 years ago and find out what they are doing, because I'd like to find the next Yamal or the next Javi in Africa.
Absolutely. Coach Gavin Johnson alongside the lovely Apia Gifty. They've been sensational. We have to give props to the commentary team that's been with us throughout the tournament. Congratulations to them, CK Akano, and of course, the man that we love to hear from the beginning with so much energy, Victor Kwao, and the entire team of CAF, from the leadership to the people who've executed, the men in the behind the cameras who've ensured that you can catch all the action, the directors, the team in the production, all the leaders, the volunteers, like Coach said, so many people to appreciate. We appreciate them all. We appreciate the players. We appreciate the game. But more importantly, we appreciate you, the fan, who stuck around and has kept an eye on the future of African football. It's been amazing, and we will be seeing you, by God's grace, come 2026. But for now, it's bye-bye. One more time from Accra, Ghana, the heart of the city, the capital city that has given us amazing players like Andre Ayew and his father, Jordan, his brother, his father, Abedi Pele Ayew. We have seen so many other players, Jean among them. They have brought the game to life right here at the Africa Schools Football Championships. It's been a great addition. We can't wait for tomorrow. But for now, Tanzania, Ghana, enjoy, celebrate, and we will see you soon.